When I was 19, I jogged everywhere, partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. And I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches, at least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular, they would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. And that's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol. I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment, though his behavior was still unsettling. I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know, and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body. And there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood. But they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him and his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic, parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then he ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. When I was 16, my parents got obsessed with the idea of living a healthier lifestyle. They started with gym memberships, but that got expensive and impractical. Instead, they started jogging twice a day, and that eventually led to hiking, which turned into a camping interest. Nowadays, most people do research on YouTube before diving into new interests, but my parents have always been learn-on-the-job people. Our first outing was to a campsite 20 minutes from our house. They had vending machines, outhouses, and fire starter logs all over the place. And I get it. There's a bunch of camping styles out there. But doing well at a site like this does not mean you're ready to buy an RV and drive into the middle of the woods. They had no clue how to service an RV, but let's start with the camping supplies. We had drinking water, but no food because we were going to live off the land. They bought candle lanterns to be more authentic. Well, guess what? You can't see shit with a freaking candle. Worthless. Heaven forbid we have real flashlights. We had fishing poles, but no bait because nothing beats a fresh worm. As far as actually getting there, even my mom was appalled by the poor planning, though I'm not sure why she trusted Dad with it in the first place. He didn't actually pick a place or route. He just found a wooded area with a body of water on the map and drove to it. We drove around for a bit until we saw an ATV trail and went on it. A few miles deep, we got a flat tire. Dad put on the spare, the single spare, and we continued forward. About 5 minutes later, we got another flat. Dad said that we could make it on a donut, and off we went. Eventually, we ran out of trail, so you'd think that we'd circle back or camp on that spot, but no. My parents thought that we could squeeze in like it was a goddamn parking lot. We made it an extra 50 feet and lost a side mirror before they admitted defeat. The spot that we had to stop on was covered in roots. The back of the RV was noticeably higher than the front. It felt like walking around on one of those fun houses without the mirrors. There was no pond in sight, but it was supposedly a short hike ahead, which it was pretty generous to call it a pond, but it was there all right. Dad wanted to get some worms and fish for dinner, while Mom got a fire ready. Unfortunately, the ground was covered in so many roots and overgrowth that it was nearly impossible to dig. I didn't try too hard because I already knew that there was no fish in that oversized puddle, but there's no arguing with my dad when he's sure about something. After a half hour, he'd come up with 2 of the most pitiful worms I'd ever seen, and we got our lines in the water. That also took a few tries, because casting too hard put the hook on the opposite bank. Needless to say, we didn't catch anything. We went back to the RV when it started getting dark. Mom didn't have much more luck than we did. She had a pile of sticks that were too green to burn, and our sleeping bags were laid out over a maze of lumpy roots. We were all disappointed, but they said that it was part of the challenge. I don't think I've described the RV much, but it wasn't one of those nice ones that you see people glam camping or whatever it's called. No, this was already a rundown piece of shit even for the 90s, but I figured, hey, a lumpy twin mattress is better than the ground. It wasn't. As soon as I stepped inside, I was hit with the foulest smell. I ran back outside gagging. Turns out that my mom had taken a massive dump while we were fishing, and the toilet was backed up to the point of overflowing. Guess who had no idea you were supposed to empty the septic tanks on those things? That's right, my parents. It was fully dark by this time. This is when we learned just how bad the lanterns were. But my dad decided to check things out anyway. He opened a panel on the RV and started unscrewing things like he knew what he was doing. Next thing you know, a geyser of toxic sludge spews forth, covering my dad's legs and splashing all over me. I mean, just to make sure you understand exactly how disgusting it was, keep in mind that this wasn't just our waste. My dad didn't know how RVs work, so it wasn't emptied before we bought it. This was other people's shit all over us. And it's not like we could shower. That would be far too simple. Nope. We hiked back into the pond, fell a lot, and left our soiled clothes behind. We stumbled our way back to camp, but there was no escaping that smell. Finally, we decided to drag our sleeping bags up to the actual trail, the one that we drove off. I really can't stress how hard it was to navigate a strange forest with those damn lanterns, but at least the ground and air was better once we got up there. I was miserable and starving, so I didn't think I was going to be able to sleep, but I passed out pretty quick until a group of drunk rednecks woke us up. Sometime after midnight, the roar of four-wheelers and laughter rudely ripped us from our uneasy slumbers. Their lights were on us before we could even sit up, so there was no hiding. There were 4 of them, and they surrounded us. They were aggressive, but also laughing. so I couldn't tell if they were actually dangerous or just messing with us. But it was both. They said that we were trespassing, asked us a bunch of questions like who we were, how we got there. My dad tried to speak with them, but I could tell that he was afraid, and that made me afraid. Two of the guys were standing on either side of him while the other two positioned themselves behind me and my mom. They kept touching our hair and shoulders, giggling like schoolyard bullies. My dad tried to move closer to us, but the two by him kept blocking his way. When my dad explained about our RV problem, one of the guys took a flashlight into the woods to check it out. While he was gone, the others made jokes about paying rent. Said my mom and I could pay him if my dad didn't have any cash. At 16, I understood what that meant just fine. And that's when the real terror set in. At the time, I expected my dad to do something, but he was one small man against 4 huge guys. At least one of them had a gun on their waist, so there was really nothing that my dad could do besides try to talk our way out of it. When the guy came back from the RV, my backpack was slung over his shoulder, and it looked pretty full. He stole a bunch of our stuff, but none of us were dumb enough to complain. He told his buddies that we were really stuck there, and everyone started laughing again. They told us to get on their 4-wheelers and they'd take us to their house to use a phone, but obviously we didn't want to go anywhere with them. When we refused, they stopped laughing and tried to make us. They grabbed us, we started screaming, and there was the briefest struggle before we heard more 4-wheelers coming our way. I thought things were going to get a lot worse, but the guys stopped laughing and let us go really fast, like kids dropping the cookies they were trying to steal. Suddenly, they were the nicest good old boys you'd ever met. A few minutes later, 2 older gentlemen appeared, and the whole atmosphere changed. They sent the other guys back to call us a tow and waited with us until it got there. By the time the sun came up, we had new tires, the RV was back on the road, and we drove straight the hell home. My parents sold the RV a few days later and found new hobbies. We never tried to go camping again. I grew up in rural Appalachia, so I grew up hearing all kinds of superstitions and legends about ghosts and other creepy things. Of course, as an adult, I realized that they were mostly made up by people trying to scare their kids from wandering off into the woods and passed down over the generations. I was told to never respond if something called my name in the woods, and if we heard whistling outside at night, it meant the devil was close. Of course, there's real truth and valuable advice in some of those stories. If a stranger is calling to you from the woods or whistling outside your house at night, you probably should be afraid, especially as a child. I never experienced either there in the mountains. The scariest thing that ever happened to me wasn't supernatural and happened in New Mexico. My mom died when I was very little, and when I was about 20, my dad passed away, leaving me without immediate family except my brother. Dad didn't have much, but he left his house to my brother, and just enough money for me that I was able to buy 2 acres and a nice used camper. My boyfriend, now my husband, wanted to move back home and be close to his mom, and we planned to eventually build a house. It seemed like such a cool adventure to me at the time. It was literally in the desert. A dirt lot off a dirt road with no electricity or water access, and surrounded by other identical empty plots. Until very recently, you could still find land like that for a little bit of nothing because it's inconvenient and expensive to truly live comfortably out there. We had to haul water from my in-laws' house, use a generator for electricity. My husband worked nights as a security guard, so I was alone in that camper almost every night. Honestly, it was boring, and it felt safe enough to me then because I had a big bear of a Rottweiler named Zeus, who would have defended either of us to the death. Obviously, though, as I'd find out, it wasn't really that safe. dog or not. It was a normal night like any other. I'd been outside watching the sky while I smoked a bowl and came back in to get ready for bed. I had just undressed and climbed into bed when I heard whistling and felt the camper sort of shift, like a hard gust of wind hit it. It wasn't that unusual, because sometimes the wind blew really hard out there, so I would have ignored it if Zeus hadn't started growling like the devil himself was outside. He was crouched down toward the doorway, ready to attack. I was terrified, and it suddenly seemed so foolish to have assumed I was safe out there alone, with a tin aluminum door between me and whatever was out there in the dark. I couldn't help but think about the story my granddad told me all those years ago, about hearing whistling at night, and while I'm not very religious in general, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pretty unnerved in that moment. The sound of it was so unnaturally high-pitched that it almost sounded like the wind, but not quite, because it had that sort of sad melody to it. Besides that, my dog had never growled at the wind before. I remember thinking how crazy it was that I could hear it over the generator, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere. I tried to work up the courage to peek outside, but I was frozen to the bed. Zeus was going crazy now, growling and snarling and pacing. He rarely barked, but when he did, it was intimidating as hell. And once he started barking at the wall like he was possessed, everything sort of stopped. It was like the tension in the air just slowly dissipated. Zeus was just as freaked out as me and couldn't settle down until I finally let him outside about an hour later. He sniffed the back of the camper where the bedroom was for a good minute before reluctantly turning away and coming back inside, but I was too chicken shit to go outside myself. Cell service was spotty. This was a long time ago, where everyone still had flip phones, and I was without a way to leave or call for help. When I told my husband the next morning, he was convinced it was traffickers or worse trying to break in on me, and that Zeus had scared them off. It was somewhat plausible to me, but I didn't feel that that was the explanation. No one had actually tried to break in. That would be some strange kidnappers to just stand outside whistling. Then he told me that he'd heard rumors of a small cult who lived nearby out there, and maybe it was one of them trying to scare us away. That was more terrifying to me in a way, since I figured if that was the case, they might come back. But in the daylight with my husband there, it also all seemed a bit silly. I remembered how Zeus was sniffing the back of the camper, and we decided to go look around. The dirt out there is soft and sandy. It looked like it had been trampled around by multiple people with different-sized bare feet. The dirt that was right under the small window over my bed. The weirdest part is how there were no tracks leading off in any other direction, away from the camper. Just the ones outside the window. And one set halfway around the backside wall, right around where Zeus had started barking. Suddenly, that crazy cult rumor didn't seem very far-fetched or silly to me. And that's how I ended up living with my mother-in-law for over a year, because living in fear of being harassed or worse. We still own the lot where that happened, but we bought a place in town. The desert is beautiful, and I love hiking in it with other people. But at the same time, I've noticed something about the desert also really seems to attract crazy folks. This was New Year's Eve 2 years ago. Absolutely naked guy walks into the bar, and he sat at the bar like there was nothing odd about it. This is a neighborhood bar, but it's a little famous. A lot of famous actors and such pass through because it's been in a lot of movies, and it always has good music. So mostly people are looking at the guy or whatever, just sort of wondering when the cops will show up. But I'm outside looking in because I was enjoying the air over the levee. Big crowd, nobody else being naked and not too drunk yet. But the bartender won't turn around, won't even look at the guy. She's just been standing at the bar, facing the mirror the whole time, acting like she's polishing a glass. And the place is basically full, but she won't even address him. Eventually, she starts sobbing and someone says something to the naked guy and gets a little confrontational. And a couple of the bigger guys help him make up his mind to leave, but he's not apologetic at all. And it turns out that he was the bartender's father. He'd found out that she'd done a porno or something similar, and he was trying to make a point. Yeah, he's on a list now. Not that it matters. Everyone for 3 towns knows who he is after that shit. Unfortunately, the bartender couldn't hold it together for the rest of the night, and that's how we found out the whole thing. It's not exactly my New Year's Eve horror story, but it's somebody's. I received a call from a couple who recently purchased a new home, and strange events were occurring in the barn. The original home was built in the 1840s, and the barn was added a few years later. The original house burned down in 1976, and a new one was built on the old foundation in 1981. Upon arriving, I noticed the property was impeccably kept. It was in a rural area and far from the road, but they still added a paved driveway. This was unusual for the area and indicated they were most likely not from around here. I was greeted at the door and invited in by a young couple in their mid-20s. The home was as well kept on the inside as it was on the outside. We chatted for a few moments, then they insisted that I see the barn. I got absolutely no feelings from inside of the house, so I followed them towards the back door. But there was a kiddie fence blocking the kitchen to prevent 4 miniature goats from escaping. This was a shock since I had judged them to be entirely different types of people. They said they had no choice but to keep the goats there because whatever was in the barn tried to kill them. They had lost 2 goats already, and the vet said that they were likely frightened to death. Approaching the barn, you could see that they had been in the process of fixing it up. A new fence was surrounding the front to create a small yard that was recently raked. The barn was an old tobacco-style barn that had been repurposed and painted. As we entered, the hair on our arms immediately stood up. I definitely sensed something there. I asked if there was a specific area where there seemed to be more activity, and was shown the milk room. The man said that everything started when he built the milking stall. I asked for some time to poke around solo, and they practically ran away. I walked around the milking room for about an hour, and that was a long time for such a small room. On the opposite side of the barn was a slightly larger room, with a concrete floor, new walls. It had electricity, a sink, and some cheese-making equipment. But that room felt sterile and uncomfortable, like an operating room. Nothing was lurking there. It wasn't until I got to the stables that I finally felt something. That part of the barn only had a dirt floor, and although it was raked clean, it didn't feel that way. I'm not a psychic, but I have learned to pay attention to my body and my impressions. All I wanted to do in that moment was rake it clean myself. Confused, I summoned the owner and asked if he had found anything in that area. He seemed slightly embarrassed as he explained that there had been a deep trench along the wall. Stacked at one end was something that resembled a pile of folded old leather. He asked me not to tell his wife, but he only covered it instead of removing it. He said it was too dirty to touch. I asked for a shovel. 5 minutes later, I had located the leather. Just like the man said, it was dried hard and much too dirty to touch. As I fought to unwrap it, I was struck with worry that it might make me sick. I felt nauseous as I handled it, but I finally got it to unfold, and I found a very old memo book inside. The writing was still perfectly legible. It was a journal written by a Civil War soldier. As I scanned through it, I found the last page with writing about halfway through. It had blood on it, and the writer was leaving a message to his parents. He was sorry that he couldn't make it home. He had been shot, but his last wish was that he be returned home to Savannah so he could be buried by the stream. At the end, he signed the name Jonas. I refilled the hole and took the journal and the leather to the front of the house. I showed the couple the journal, suggested that we hold a small memorial service in the barn. They invited the only neighbors they knew, and we held the service by the place where the journal had been buried. The couple agreed to let me take the journal to the Savannah Historical Society, where I asked them to keep it on display, and they agreed. 3 weeks later, when I checked in with the couple, the goats were back in the barn, and there were no further issues. I investigate the paranormal, and I was contacted by a lady who swore her cat was possessed. I was incredibly skeptical but very curious. Apparently, the cat would suddenly start screaming and do this crazy slow-motion walk while tilting its head at weird angles. If she tried to approach it while this was happening, it would try to scratch her. After having one of these spells, it would hide but not relax. Its tail would swing wildly. It would growl for up to an hour. As strange as this sounded, I spoke to a colleague who's very sensitive to the paranormal, and she insisted we had to investigate. We got to the residence at 4:30 p.m., took a tour of the house before meeting the cat. It was a standard 3-bedroom, 2-bath, ranch-style home, and we found nothing creepy about it. The cat was cool, very affectionate, and really took to my colleague. They spent a couple of hours alone together while I took care of some paperwork and formalities with the lady. She invited us to investigate the home that night while she was out. She had a date and would work the night shift at the hospital right after. She left for her date at 7:30. We began our formal investigation. We moved from room to room, asking questions in hopes of catching an EVP or a knock in response, but there was no activity until 11:30, when the cat started screaming in the master bedroom. Upon entering the room, my partner stopped me and motioned for me to stay quiet, but it was hard with all the screaming. It made my hair stand on end. As we listened, a shadow began to form in the corner of the room, and there was a whisper coming from there. Our DVRs didn't pick it up, and we couldn't understand what it said, but the cat was irate. It was scared and ready to fight. Everything was exactly as the lady described. My partner very calmly told the shadow that it was scaring the cat, but she didn't think it was on purpose. Then, she promised that we would help it if it went into the next bedroom. We entered the smaller bedroom and sat on the bed quietly, waiting to see what happened. A few moments later, my partner grabbed me, pointed at the connected bathroom door. I clearly saw a featureless humanoid shape, but it was blacker than the surrounding darkness. My teammate and I worked together many times, and we had a routine for situations like this. I told the entity that everything was okay, that the cat was calm, and we wanted to help. It slowly moved through the doorway and slightly into the room. That's when we heard the word kitty. through the DVR. I always use an earpiece when recording so I can hear what's being said in real time. I asked if it was trying to pet the kitty, and it stretched its arm towards the master bedroom. I asked if it wanted to hurt the kitty, and there was an almost immediate sigh or whimper. I repeated the question and stated that I needed an answer before we could help. A minute later, my partner sensed that it only wanted to pet the cat. She also sensed that this was the spirit of an adolescent male who may have had a developmental issue in life. While we spoke, the entity seemed to slightly sway back and forth, but he didn't go anywhere. He seemed like he was listening to our conversation. I explained that he had scared the cat, and if he wanted to pet it, he would have to make friends with it first. I suggested that he try just sitting still and speaking to the cat so it could learn that he didn't want to hurt it. Then the cat would eventually come to him. A moment later, the cat appeared in the hall doorway and calmly sat down. No one spoke or moved, including the spirit. Soon, the cat joined us on the bed. My partner and I began to pet it. As I looked from the cat back to the spirit, I noticed that it was gone, and we didn't experience anything else that night. 2 days later, my teammate called me, very excited. She'd researched the property and found that a young man with Down syndrome died when he fell out of a treehouse. We met the lady the following day, and I played her the recording of us talking to the spirit. When she heard me telling the spirit how to be friends with the cat, she began to cry. That morning, the cat was on the bed in the smaller bedroom, purring loudly, moving its head like someone was scratching it.
My encounter with a negative spirit. So, I'm a practicing witch. I have been for several years. And one of my first spells was one of the ones that I could never forget. I was trying to do a love spell, which includes bringing your energy out to get that loving energy attracted towards you. However, I was in a really dark place at the time with depression, so I believe that what I sent out was negative energy, and I think I got it back. That night after I did the spell, something felt different in my room. It felt heavier in the air. I was on my computer in bed, and all of a sudden, I felt burning going up my arm. When I looked, it was a fresh scratch, but I checked everywhere on my bed on how it could have happened, even though my arm was perfectly still in front of me. None of my animals were in the room or had gone near me that day. I couldn't find anything sharp around that could have done it, so I was freaked out. Later that night, my dog and cat came into the room and sat on the end of my bed. And then all of a sudden, they were staring at my doorway, growling and hissing, which they never do. So I was a bit confused, and then they both ran out of the room. They weren't fighting or anything. It was like something scared them off. I was weirded out. When I fell asleep, I had a horrible nightmare of dead bodies in a room with a scary-looking plague doctor standing in the middle of them. And I could hear whispers around me going on about a murderous plague doctor, which I guessed was the one I was seeing. I could also smell rotting flesh and, weirdly, lavender. When I woke up, there were loads of flies all over me, which has never happened before. I screamed and flicked them all away. I was trying to smell my room and my house to see if anything was rotting, and that's why I had flies all over me and why I could smell rotting flesh in my dreams. But I couldn't smell anything. I even had a shower to make sure it wasn't me. The heaviness in my room was still strong, almost like something was watching me. I was freaked out and my animals were still acting up, staring at my door, hissing and barking, and I just felt drained. And for several nights, I had the same nightmare and woke up with flies all over me. I checked and checked again to see if anything was causing the flies to appear, and I washed myself more and more, but I couldn't find anything, and they kept coming back. This happened for 5 days in a row. I had enough at this point, and I was convinced it was some sort of negative spirit. That day, I cleansed my room and my house the best that I could with my practice and did everything the best I could. When I was starting the cleansing, more scratches ended up on my leg. I felt like it definitely didn't want to go. When I completed my ritual and cleansing for banishing, everything felt calmer and lighter. My animals stopped acting strange. No more scratches, no more flies, no more of the feeling that I was being watched, and definitely no more nightmares. I didn't feel drained. I was curious about plague doctors after that, and found out that they used flowers, such as lavender, in their beaks to mask the smell of the plague, and my jaw dropped. Only some of my close family and my boyfriend knows about this, as it's very personal and very real to me, but I thought I'd share it now, after all this time. Some of you may remember my story about my friend Meg's haunted nursery in her house, which is one of the haunted antebellum homes. Well, this story is about the barn. The barn also has its own ghost. So I thought I'd tell you about a couple of experiences with it. Meg went to get a snack of feed just before dawn, and she saw it. The lady was wearing one of those colonial bonnets and an apron over a plain dress. She was hanging right where the rope swing was, and we've always low-key wondered if it was the same rope. Since that day, Meg hasn't gone back alone. No one knows who the lady was or what her story is, sorry. The people living there during the Civil War woke up one morning and a dead girl was hanging in the barn. They questioned every person who stayed on or near the property, along with everyone in town. But they couldn't find anyone who recognized her. They assumed she was another refugee suicide. I was staying the night with her last year when I volunteered to retrieve a folding table from the barn. It was just getting dark, and I didn't feel like waiting for both of us to go together. I didn't expect to be inside long enough to see anything, and there were technically still a few dim rays of sun left. I just wanted to grab the table and run, but I had trouble finding it. I was digging in a pile near the far back corner when I heard a sudden loud bang against the side of the barn. I couldn't tell what caused it, but it sounded like someone hit the wall really hard from the outside. I had watched The Green Mile recently, and I thought of the 2 girls killed in the beginning. As soon as the thought occurred to me, it happened again, louder. Bang. I dropped to the ground, properly scared, and it happened a 3rd time. Bang. I forced myself to stand while trying to ignore my screaming bladder, and I opened the door to see a wall of rain. I ran into the storm, expecting to see Meg crouched along the barn's side. Either way, it definitely wasn't thunder I heard. When I saw nothing but boarded, shutterless windows, I returned inside, soaked to my core. 2 more bangs sounded before things fell silent, and my blood finally began to thaw. My clothes were soaked, so I peeled off my shirt, and in that split second, it was obscuring my view. I was turning to face the loft ladder. I wanted to hang it over the rugs, but I screamed and fell on my ass instead. Through my wet shirt, I saw the blurred image of a hanging woman. She was facing me,
and her eyes were glowing. I'm lucky I didn't piss myself. My heart came to a full stop, fell into my stomach, and tried to start beating again, but couldn't, because it was staying in my stomach. My shirt got stuck on a hair clip, and I began to flail, ultimately tripping on a chair and somehow pulling it on top of me. Once free of the shirt, I spun back to the ghost, which was now just a rope swing, blowing in a non-existent breeze. After I was able to breathe again, and my heart found its way home, I decided we didn't really need that folding table after all. I hurried out the door, and I know this part could easily be nothing more than my already paranoid imagination, but it felt like fingernails grazed the back of my neck. Several years ago, I lived in a pretty nice 2-bedroom apartment that was above the veterinary clinic I managed. There were 3 apartments above the clinic, and mine was in the middle. It had a 3rd bedroom, but that was technically my office, and it connected to the clinic via a crazy little spiral staircase. I could also go out my heavy steel front door, turn right, and go down a set of stairs around the back of the building to the back door of the clinic. The clinic itself was set back from the main road in a small neighborhood, but the main road was the main road from the interstate to the university campus, so it was heavily traveled. We were also within walking distance of the proudly converted rails-to-trails system in our state. The location gave a sense of quiet and security that really wasn't there, long story short. So, I lived alone, but I knew the neighbors well and wasn't concerned about security because my boss was a type A personality and everything was alarmed. Motion censored, motion lights, steel doors, the works. I also had, and still have, my 60-pound Australian Shepherd who lives to serve. He takes it upon himself to patrol the house at night, going from my bedroom to the front door, to the front windows, and back. I can tell him, watch the house, or watch the car, and I can leave him alone, and he'll literally stand guard the whole time. And he doesn't bark at just anything. There are different levels of, hey, that's a cat, and it's not my cat, go away, or don't you even think about peeing in my yard, strange dog. And then there's what he did this night, which gave me goosebumps. And it got him many, many treats. I was up late. Like so many writers, I'm a night owl, or permanently exhausted pigeon, as the meme says. I have ADHD, so my circadian rhythm is way off normal. My pup and I were chilling on the couch about 2 a.m., YouTube filling the void in the background. I was on my laptop, mindlessly scrolling, probably Reddit. Suddenly, my pup hops off the couch and pads to the big front window. The window spans from about 4 feet wide across the living room. It wasn't down to the floor. My dog needed to hop up on his chair to comfortably look outside. On this summer night, the breeze was wonderful, so I had the windows open. I looked up from my mindless scrolling to see my dog on high alert in his chair, muzzle pointed at the road and ears up. Then I heard a woman.
Help me,
Came from the direction of the rear of the clinic. Like I said, there's a set of stairs there that goes to the back door. Very secluded area that backs up to another apartment building. The voice is weak, and I'm worried that someone fell back there and needs help. My brain is suddenly going through all of the scenarios. I grab my phone and some shoes, and I plan on going through the clinic instead of outside, so I can look out the back peephole in case this isn't legit. As I'm getting my shoes on, my dog lets out this hair-raising, low, rumbling growl. Very quiet, very terrifying. I didn't know he was capable of such a noise. So I stop what I'm doing and I look up. Through the window, I see a frizzy-haired older woman just standing in front of my porch. Again, she says, "Help me." A little bit stronger this time. My dog growled again, louder this time. I was about to calm him down and address the woman. She suddenly whipped around and yelled, "You shut up!" at him, and then back to the weak, "Help me!" cry. She must have realized that a dog at an open window meant someone was home, so she lingered in the front of my apartment, staring at the front window. I immediately dialed the local cops, and I went to my back bedroom to talk to them so she couldn't hear me. Not that I thought that she could get inside, but I didn't want her to try. They were there in moments and found the lady at the front door of the clinic, trying to get in. They told me later that she wasn't hurt physically, but possibly mentally ill. We have a fairly large population of homeless and transient through the area due to lack of care facilities. After they removed her, I went and double-checked everything outside, dog in tow, of course. Nothing amiss, thankfully, and he got many treats when we got back inside. I'm not sure I slept that night, but I sure didn't leave the window open overnight. Not anymore. I'll be honest, I've never used this site before, but I need a place to share what's been happening to me. Some backstory. I talk to myself a lot, whether it's to brainstorm or just when I'm bored, and I like to do this outside so I don't bother my family with it. The place where I live has bluffs all around and wooded areas galore. I live outside of town, and right next to me in my friend's house is this little bit of woods with a dilapidated house. Out of nowhere, about 6 months ago, this camper showed up. Me and my friend think that someone's living there, using the house for electricity or something. Regardless, about 3 weeks ago, I was outside talking to myself around 11 p.m., and I started hearing footsteps, and I felt as though I was being watched. I paused mid-sentence of my rant. Now, I wasn't concerned about animals because when I go outside, I bring a katana that I bought off Amazon. But as soon as I stopped talking, so did the footsteps. So, for some reason, I shouted out, "If any animal or person is up there, I'd suggest leaving since I have a sword and I know how to use it." Obviously, that doesn't sound that threatening, but I didn't hear anything else, so I shrugged it off. And I continued talking, but I heard footsteps leaving after I continued, and these were human for sure. It was only 2 feet walking, and it had weight behind them. Needless to say, I went inside after that. Now, I wish that was it, but it got way, way creepier. Just a few days ago, my dad and my sister had left around 6 p.m. to go to my brother's, so I was home alone. I was walking around and talking to myself about Overwatch 2 for some reason. And when I passed my sister's room, I noticed the door a bit cracked open, which isn't out of the usual, because she does that a lot when she leaves, but when I was in the kitchen, I heard her door slide shut, and I know it was hers because it makes a different sound than mine, my dad's. I figured it was no big deal, my sister just stayed home. And then I heard someone clear their throat, and it did kind of sound like my sister's, so I shrugged it off and went outside to grab the mail. When I came back, it would have been like 10 minutes because I noticed a storm in the distance, and I was watching it. I figured I'd go in and let my sister know about the storm, so I said, "Hey, Erica, you awake?" And I slid her door a crack, but when I did, she wasn't in her room. This had me on edge because that meant someone else shut her door and cleared their throat. I immediately got on a Discord call with 3 of my friends, and I told them what was going on. I proceeded to clear the house, katana in hand, all the closets, rooms, and under the beds. Nothing. Now,
I should have called the police, but I didn't want to bother with it, so I sat down and hopped on a game with my friends. I was talking to the girl that I like, and I told her that I was actually concerned, and she said that I'm just paranoid and to relax. I figured maybe she's right, but it's been a few days, and I know what I saw and heard. What do you guys think? Am I overreacting, or do you guys think that maybe I'm right about this? My mother has told us this story about her childhood a few times when we were kids. The story never changed. When she was about 8 or so, in the early 80s, she'd experience a type of sleep paralysis where she couldn't move, speak, or shout, but was fully awake. My mother said that she was able to look around and see the window, where this gray owl would be perched on the exterior of her window, looking at her, staring, every time. Her sister and her father, my Grandpa Bob and my Aunt Nat, they'd seen the owl for themselves. And my mother would be paralyzed up until the owl flew away. It would land on a nearby telephone pole each time. Grandpa Bob had had enough. He waited until the owl would show up. He scared it away from my mother's window, and he told the girls to stay inside. He then took his rifle, went outside, and aimed at the usual spot where the owl would land, and he pulled the trigger. He always said the same words. It had sparks coming from it as it fell to the ground, and it was nowhere to be found. No traces, no blood or feathers. It had vanished after I shot it, whatever it was. Keep in mind that this is during winter when this had happened. There should have been tracks of some sort in the snow at the base of the pole, but there were none. It's like it never hit the ground. Now, in my culture, some people say owls are a bad omen. Others say the opposite. Some say they're demons, where some say they're signs of good luck. Who really knows for sure what's out there? About 30 years ago, I spent several years working in movie theaters in Worcester, Massachusetts. My favorite was the huge old building that had been chopped up into 4 separate cinemas. It had been a beautiful theater back when it was built in 1926 as the Poily Palace. And although it had been semi-destroyed during modernization in the late 50s, there were still many original features of the building that remained. As a manager, I had been issued a big keychain that gave me access to the entirety of the building, and I spent countless hours exploring nearly every part of that building, except the curtain loft, which would have required climbing an iron ladder about 80 feet. Nope. The building had attics and basements and crawl spaces. There was an area in the front of the building on the 2nd floor that had 2 or 3 abandoned businesses that had been walled off. There was a music store and a ballet studio, and maybe an office. There was also a bathroom. Everything looked like it was from the 1940s or 50s. Faded wallpaper with ballerina motif. A plie mirror on the wall. In another section of the building was the old manager's office, with high ceilings and crown molding, and a beautiful stained glass window that I believe dated back to 1912 and had previously been part of an adjacent theater. There was still an old safe in the office. I found a newspaper article from 1942, 1944. It detailed an armed robbery when 2 men had tied up the managers in the office and robbed the safe. One of those men was later executed in the electric chair for an unrelated crime. We use the old manager's office to store giant 30-gallon bags of popcorn now. There was a crawl space of sorts under the box office. It was accessible by lifting a hinged plywood panel and climbing over a 4-foot wall.
On the other side were the remains of a couple of basement rooms, broken concrete, bricks strewn about. In one of those rooms, I found an old flared Coca-Cola glass in perfect condition. I kept it for years. I also found a deck of cards in a handmade leather pouch with a snap closure fashioned out of a buffalo nickel. There were also old dressing rooms with makeup mirrors and light bulbs. The paint was peeling off the walls in potato chip-sized flakes. As you can surmise, the building was purported to be haunted. The head manager claimed to have had ghostly experiences, so I'll start there, I guess. When the building was remodeled in the late 1950s, the men's room in the basement was converted into a manager's office. One night while closing up, the manager, my boss, made his way up the stairs to the main lobby. As he emerged, something caught his eye. Way up by the ordinate 30-foot ceiling, he saw an apparition floating there. It disappeared into the ceiling. Terrified, he ran back down the stairs and hid in the office until daylight. Another time, he was again working late. There were several arcade machines in the lobby area, and they were normally powered off when the last shows were in. As he climbed the stairs, he heard all of the machines making their electronic bleeps and bloops. He was annoyed that the usher had failed to turn off the machines before punching out, and realized he'd have to go turn them off himself. As soon as he opened the door, the noises stopped dead. Looking across the lobby from where he emerged, the machines were all dark. They were indeed powered off. A projectionist claimed that he looked out of the booth window one night in the big theater upstairs, and while shutting things down, he saw a face looking in at him. I take those stories with a grain of salt. I was always skeptical of those based on the sources. So here's my experience. I was obsessed with the history of the building, and I'd researched newspaper archives for articles about it. There were rumors that a stagehand had died there in an accident during the time that it had been a vaudeville theater. I was never able to confirm that. I had talked about the building to my mother, and she in turn happened to discuss it with a friend that she worked with. The woman claimed to be a psychic or clairvoyant, or maybe just that she gets feelings about things. She told my mother that she had been to the theater, and that she felt someone had indeed been killed there, and that his name began with the letter M. My reaction was, okay, sure, she sounds nutty. Sometime later, I was the sole manager on duty on a slow night midweek. I was alone in the office in the basement. The 7 o'clock shows were in, and I was doing some paperwork. The intercom buzzed. It was the box office cashier calling to tell me that I had a phone call. I asked who it was, and she said that she didn't know. I hung up the intercom and pushed the button for the main incoming call that was on hold. The earpiece erupted with sound, close squealing and static. I use the word close because the sound, it was so loud and distinct. I assumed that it was something wrong with the phone PBX in our building rather than the line itself or the caller's phone. It was just the impression I had. "Hello?" I said. Nothing. Just more squealing, static. "Hello?" I repeated. A man's voice, calm, flat, distinct. Then nothing further. "Who is this?" I was a bit perplexed. All the noise on the line and the caller seemingly reluctant to speak. Calm, quiet, not shouting over the noise of the line. Quite audible and clear. Then nothing but the awful squealing and static. I waited a few seconds for the caller to continue. After all, he called me. Presumably, there was a reason. Nothing. "Mike who?" I said, feeling a little impatient. Mike is a common name, and there were 2 Mikes employed there at the time. One of them had a fairly high-pitched voice that sounded nothing like the caller. It didn't sound like the other Mike either. The line abruptly went dead, silent. The squealing and hissing stopped. I waited. No one called back. I called Sandy, the box office cashier, and I asked her if they had asked for me personally or just to speak to the manager. She said that the caller had asked for me by name. Suddenly, I remembered my mother's friend, a man's name beginning with the letter M. Mike? It never happened again. The phone never made those noises. No one ever confessed to the prank. I never figured out who it was. First, I'd like to apologize because I know this will be long, but I've had many things happen to me, so this first one, it's actually not mine, it's my sister's. I was about 3 years old, and when we were young, we lived in this nice house. And one time, my sister was at the bottom of the stairs. When she looked up, there was a black, misty figure at the top of the stairs. Nothing really ever happened to me until I was about 6 or 7, but I used to live in another house, and I don't know why, but I could not be in this one alone. Every time I was inside alone, I'd get an eerie feeling like something was watching me. In that same house, my mom moved out and she gave the house to my dad, and that's when it really started. Whenever I'd come over at night, me and my stepbrother would be the only ones awake, and we would hear footsteps walking up and down the hallway outside the door, which his mom has recalled hearing too. And then, one night during the summer, I was 10 at the time, and I was the only one awake at 4 a.m. I had to go to the bathroom really bad, and usually we would go together and sit in the hall and wait for each other because it was so scary. I finally decided to get up, and I was in the bathroom when out of nowhere, someone started knocking on the bathroom door, and nobody was awake. I would have heard them get up because the doors creak. A few seconds later, the knocking stopped, and a little girl's voice literally sang a lullaby to me on the other side of the door. After I got back to the room, I was watching a video, and a man said hi, and I heard the same little girl's voice right behind me whisper in my ear. Now, at the house I was living at with my mom when I was 8, I remember one night laying in my bed when right in front of my eyes, I watched my closet door slowly open, and this wasn't like a normal door. They were those folding ones, and part of it was broken, making it even harder to open. Also, back in my dad's house, this happened a few months before they moved. I was walking to the bathroom, and when I turned the corner, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a little boy. Now, at first, I assumed it was my stepbrother, but then I realized that the boy was a bit too short, and he also had dark brown hair, whereas my stepbrother has super bright blonde hair. Now, to the house I'm currently living in. When we moved in, my stepsister saw a little boy walking up the stairs. She thought it was my little brother because they both had blue pants. So she yelled, "You can't go up there," to him, but he ignored her. So my mom went up there to get him, only to find that no one was there and my brother was downstairs. A month before that, when we first moved in, only me and my stepsister were there when we started hearing quiet bangs and whistles. And my stepsister was so scared, she started crying, but I'm used to it, so I went along with it and just started whistling back. Also, when I first moved in, for a year or so, I'd hear high-pitched screaming in the house. Now in the same house, still, about a year or 2 ago, I was in the kitchen when I saw a dark black figure at the front door.
and then it moved into the window and completely disappeared. Then, just a few months ago, I was laying in bed trying to sleep, and I have these LED lights on my wall. They used to fall down all the time. So I know what it looks like when they fall. But I moved my blanket, and I watched the lights get full-on pulled off of the wall. That same night, I woke up super early in the morning, and before that, almost every day I'd wake up with my blanket on the floor. But anyway, I woke up and my blanket was halfway under the bed, and when I went to pull it back up, I could feel someone trying to pull it away from me. What I'm about to say just happened yesterday. I was in bed on my phone, and my TV remote was on my bed to my right. Out of nowhere, a white light flashed to my right, and it didn't light up the room either, just right next to me. It only lasted half a second, and then my TV turned on. Then a few hours later, my brother was in my room, and I was telling him about it to scare him. It really doesn't affect me when my LED lights change colors out of nowhere. I had them on red, though, and boom, they started flashing all colors, and I just stopped talking. My brother looked so scared and asked if I did it. I said no. This is the last part. This actually happened at my friend's house, which is very haunted, I might add. But I'm constantly feeling like I'm being watched when I'm there, and I just get a bad feeling. But the last time I was there, somebody knocked on the bedroom door, and no one else was up. And then just a few minutes later, a knock-like sound was heard from the window. I'm honestly starting to think that it might just be me who's being followed everywhere I go by spirits, because no matter where I go, something creepy happens. Earlier this week, I was walking my dogs alone at 11 p.m. I know, late. At the exit of my neighborhood, I saw a deer across the road, and I started walking towards it. I saw an SUV come down the road and stop to look at the deer on the side of the road. But it was very strange, because he turned around to go back the way he came, and he was staring at me from his car and partially hanging out of his window. I did not make eye contact, and I walked away, so I didn't get the best identifying descriptions. As the car was leaving, he made 2 U-turns and was shining his lights at the deer. I did not stop watching his car. I really only saw the back of it, but I thought he was going to get out and hurt the deer or something. He then drove down the road further, but would keep stopping every few feet. I kept watching, and I didn't turn my back because I had a feeling he was watching me while he was stopping, because at this point, I think the deer had run away. I thought this was a really weird occurrence, and I started walking straight home once his taillights disappeared to tell my family what had just happened. As I was approaching my house, I noticed the same car had now come into my neighborhood and went down the road past my house. I had a really bad gut feeling already, and this threw me into a full panic. I ran inside, locked the doors, and called my husband while looking out the window from behind the curtains. Probably 10 minutes passed. It's 11:30 at this point, and my neighbor came home. As soon as their car pulled into the driveway across from mine, I saw the same car leave pretty fast. It seemed like he was maybe waiting, stalking down the road. My husband told me to call the police. When I called the police, I told them I thought it was a Chevy, but all I knew was that it was an older, white SUV, and they sent a patrol. While I was waiting, I saw what I believed was the same white SUV fly down the road past my house again. The police came through the neighborhood with their lights on, and as soon as the cops got near my house, the same white SUV drove away.
The cop told me he saw a man fitting the description I'd given driving, so he went after him, and I never heard or saw anything since. I've been shaken up about it, and I didn't even go outside yesterday. Luckily, I have 2 cops who live in my neighborhood, but still, a scary thought of what could have happened. I want to give the benefit of the doubt that maybe he was just a neighbor or dropping off a neighbor. But my husband and I have circled our neighborhood a few times over the past couple of days, and I have not seen a car like the one from that night. I'm still hoping that I was just being paranoid from smoking that night, and or grief, stress, because I learned a loved one had died that day. If that man's intentions were what I thought they were, then that's even scarier. I want to believe it was just me panicking, but what do you think about all this? My career in journalism was short-lived. The drive it took to uncover a hard-hitting truth wasn't really my thing. I wrote for my town's weekly newspaper. We covered all the local happenings going on in our small community. From church bake sales to school fundraisers, we'd also be at the high school home games for whichever sports season. So, short-lived career, but one exciting story. After a year of working these lackluster gigs, I was not only bored but uninspired. My journalistic integrity was being traded each time I collected a paycheck for articles I cared nothing about. Word salads to entertain our dwindling readers before something shiny could steal their attention. The purpose for why I entered the field had been forgotten. Drowned, rather. Submerged by the grip of accumulating bills and a slight coke addiction during this time in my life. Although it has nothing to do with my story, it did consume a lot of my income and was a big contributing factor as to why I continued working for a newspaper I hated. And because I mentioned it, I feel like I also need to state that I never became a cokehead. I was a functioning addict, if you could be that. First time my dad found out was when I called him from rehab. My first son was on the way, and I wanted to kick every habit. Almost 23 years later, we're still good. So, let's get back to the story. So I'm assigned a story on an upcoming Police or People week. That week, I'm supposed to ride around with a few police officers and interview them. This week was set up as an attempt by our mayor to grow trust and humanization of our cops with the community. Monday and Tuesday, the officers I meet, although nice, live just as miserable lives as me. Nothing extravagant. My biggest challenge was embellishing the notes I took to fill a whole column with such content as lived in Montana and played basketball in college. Each sentence dimming the fading light of hope I had for writing an article that someone would actually read, not just fillers for blank space. Thursday evening, my pleas for excitement were granted. The officer I'm interviewing that night is named Mr. Dell. He was a rookie cop who'd just graduated from the academy. His bubbly personality was a stark contrast from his fellow officers. The glaze of hopelessness wasn't draped over his eyes when he introduced himself. Officer Jake Dell. He was 22 years old, served in the military, and a fun fact about him was that he was left-handed. As the interview took place, we rode around in his police car, and I had the chance to see him do some real police work. Officer Dell was cool. His tall stature demanded respect, but his soft-spoken voice felt like a soothing parent as I watched him talk to some really drunk people outside of a bar. We'd even given one of them a ride home after we were done there. Later that night, in the early a.m., we received a noise disturbance complaint in a small neighborhood on the south side of town.
We follow the coordinates to an address located at the end of a long cul-de-sac. Our vehicle pulls in without lights or sirens and parks in front of the house. It's a vacant home with a for sale sign in the front yard. Officer Dell double checks that we're in the right place and dispatch confirms. So he tells me to stay in the car while he checks it out. When he opened his car door, the neighborhood was quiet. He walks to the other side of the car and into the front yard with his flashlight on. He writes the real estate agent's information on a small notepad, then takes his flashlight and starts pointing it in each of the windows. I'm following the circle of the light from window to window. We both see something big covering most of the window frame. Suddenly, it shoots straight down, out of view. Officer Dell looks at me, then looks back at the house. He taps his radio for dispatch, but the line is silent. He clicks a couple more times, but can't produce a beep. Officer Dell turns around and hops back into the car and tries to use the radio, but it's still quiet. We drive around the block again until we find reception to call it in. We have no success, so we pull back in front of the house. Sitting next to me, Officer Dell asks if I saw it too, in the window. I did. He gets back out and reminds me not to leave the car before he closes the door and once again approaches the house. His flashlight scanning each of the windows as he walks towards the front door. He knocks a couple of times before trying the handle. The door's unlocked. Officer Dell retrieves his gun and slowly steps into the dark house. Through the front windows, I can see his brief flashes from his flashlight as he makes his way from room to room in the house. When he returns to the car, he's sitting there with a puzzled stare. He says upstairs there were hundreds of dead crows in each room. The whole house smelled like complete death, but he didn't find any squatters or anything. No windows were broken, and from his quick inspection, no signs of forced entry or damage anywhere else in the house. That's well and good, but how did all those birds get in there? The floors upstairs were covered, as he said, in black feathers. We drive back to the station, and when Officer Dell is recounting his odd experience to the other officers in the room, they joke that it's really the realtor's problem. Under what I can only describe as frat-like pressure, Officer Dell called the number from his notes, leaving a message explaining the noise complaint and what he found. I have to believe that a bit of unprofessional laughter was caught on the answering machine as Officer Dell hung up, because it was deafening at the precinct. After thanking Officer Dell for the interview and ride-along, I got in my car and left. But before I went home, I decided to go back to that address and check it out for myself before the realtor had time to clean it all up. Call it morbid curiosity. Call it a journalistic thirst for the unknown. Something pulled me back down that quiet neighborhood, returning to where I was just 30 minutes ago, but this time in a small convertible and alone. I parked a little ways down the street. I had a flashlight. It wasn't nearly as powerful as Officer Dell's, but it was enough to softly illuminate my near surroundings. The front door is still unlocked, and when I open it, the smell is immediately overwhelming. I retch, and I pull the neck of my shirt over my nose to breathe. I head toward the stairs, shining my light up the first couple of steps. There's already a couple of dead crow bodies lying at various levels, and I hear wings begin to aggressively flap my way. I duck, but when the sound passes, I can see none of the crows have moved, and they're still resting in place. Making my way to the top, I realize Officer Dell was not over-exaggerating when he said hundreds of crows. I felt myself moving forward, looking from room to room, wanting answers as to why all of these dead birds were here. When I get to the room we originally saw the figure in, the floor's not been spared of crow remains, but inside this room is a tall ladder leaned against the vaulted ceiling. It's near a piece of ceiling that's recently been partially filled in. A large hole still takes up a large patch of this fill work. I climb up the ladder and shine my light into the hole. There's a good 3-foot gap between the room's ceiling and the roof's interior, leading outside. That layer is undamaged, but the gap between looked like a wooden slide into the abyss of black, probably leading into the walls. I wasn't brave enough to climb in there, nor do I think I could have climbed out. I envisioned myself being stuck in there, upside down like an unfortunate cave explorer. And so I began to climb back down. Then the whole room suddenly flashed white, and I lost my balance. I fell off the ladder. I hit the floor. It knocks the wind out of me. And I lay and I wheeze until I get enough oxygen to get to my feet and run back to my car. I stayed up until the morning trying to write a story about my time with Officer Dell. What ran in the paper was another cookie-cutter story about a rookie cop with big hopes for our community. I didn't have another opportunity to enter that house, and it sold a few months later. I'd be curious to know if Officer Dell remembers that night. I've lived in Prior Lake, Minnesota for many years. I moved away from my old town after multiple break-in concerns. I was living in a neighborhood, and one night, I stayed up late playing Xbox with friends. One of my friends, Owen, saw someone standing outside, but I brushed it off because he was an overly paranoid guy. After a quick War Thunder battle, Owen pointed out the strange man again, and this time, I looked up to see someone with a wide smile, wearing a black hoodie and holding a knife. We panicked, shut off the Xbox, and ran to my room with the rest of our friends. What happened next made my heart sink into my stomach. We heard the front door open, and maniacal laughter echoed through the house. Xander was the brave one in our group. He volunteered to go downstairs and confront the intruder while I watched from the loft. He charged the man, knocked him out cold, dragged him out of the house. That's when we locked the doors and called the police. When the police arrived, we were surprised to see the intruder was still there. We assumed he'd be long gone. He was then arrested, placed in the back of a squad car. Overall, things could have been much worse. I'm very grateful to Xander and the police, but most of all, I just hope I never see the guy again. Now to start this off, I'm a 29-year-old man, and 3 times a year I head up to the Georgia mountains to camp, fish, and have a great time. But after my last trip, I doubt that I'll ever go again. I had been super excited the week before I was to head up to Georgia, and when the day finally came, I could have died from happiness. I loaded up my dog buddy and all of my gear and started the trip. About an hour into my trip, I saw a road that I'd never been on before. I decided I would take an hour to look around and go back to the main road. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, The sun was setting. I grabbed my gear and Buddy, and we hiked about 10 minutes before finding a nice clearing in the forest. I set up camp and looked around my camp. I saw a small, man-made trail leading into the dark trees and decided that me and Buddy needed a walk. I grabbed my walking stick, Buddy's leash, and a headlamp. We headed into the trail. I knew something was wrong when I couldn't hear a single insect or animal. Me and Buddy stopped at the little creek when I saw something terrifying. 2 eyes reflecting from the headlamp. This thing was really tall, like 6 or 7 feet, and the eyes, they were too big to be human. My dog is usually very protective of me, but instead of barking or doing something, he whimpered and peed on my leg. I've never seen him act like this before. He's seen bears before, and he's scared mountain lions away, but he's never peed like this. As Buddy kept whimpering, I felt terrible, like this thing hated me and it could rip me to shreds if it wanted to. Then it made the scariest noise I've ever heard. It sounded like a maniac screaming. Me and Buddy bolted back to our camp. In our camp, I could still hear the thing. Needless to say, I was not staying here. I packed up the camp as Buddy stood watch. We ran to my truck and got out of there. I went straight home. I didn't sleep the whole night. Later on, I looked on the internet of what could have made that noise. Nothing even came close to it. I really don't know what it was, but there's something weird in the woods of Georgia. A couple of years ago, my partner and I moved into a relatively old home that he'd purchased for his parents in a small town in New Hampshire. The house was previously used as separate apartments, so it was broken up into 3 different sections. There was the upstairs apartment, where my partner and I stayed along with 1 roommate. The downstairs apartment his parents lived in, which was also attached to the basement, and they renovated that into a party space where they could host friends and family when they came to visit. That is where the first encounter began. It was the middle of summer, and my partner was inside with some of his family members watching TV in the basement, and I was in the backyard helping prepare some things for dinner. When I went inside to the basement, I heard yelling from both my partner and her other family members. Apparently, a cell phone that had been stored in the purse of another family member went flying out from inside the bag to the other side of the room. As stated in the title, I was and still have a healthy dose of skepticism when it comes to anything related to the paranormal. So naturally, I dismissed the phone as having been on vibrate, and maybe they received a notification which caused it to fall out of the purse. Maybe I should have previously mentioned that my partner's family are pretty big believers, so I figured they were exaggerating at the time. This was the beginning of an assortment of strange events, all of which I was able to dismiss, such as finding pieces of jewelry that I distinctly remember placing in my jewelry box in strange places throughout my apartment. Or like finding necklaces in the kitchen cupboards with our dishware. There were countless times when our cats would stand to attention, and both of their heads would turn, as if watching something pass through the room. Even if they were sleeping, they would suddenly wake and stand to attention, and this would happen every few days or so. Not to mention my partner, roommate, who's a bigger skeptic than myself, and I always had the feeling of being watched ever since moving there. This all came to a head one evening when I was getting ready to shower. I had a sterling silver necklace that I would wear day in and day out. However, whenever I would shower, I would take my necklace off and place it on the back of the toilet. This time, I went to place my necklace on the back of the toilet as always, and it had slipped off the back
and I watched it fall on the floor and land directly behind the toilet. Not wanting to grab the necklace, I decided to leave it there and take my shower. Mind you, the bathroom door was locked, and the cats were inside of the room, so no one was in or out during the time of my showering. Upon getting out of the shower, on the bath mat outside of my tub was my silver necklace, laying in a straight line on the rug, about 4 feet from where it had previously fallen. I came out of the bathroom immediately, and about a half an hour later at dinner, I told my partner and roommate about what had happened. That's when our roommate had told us that a couple of weeks prior, when they were showering, they could have sworn they saw a face looking in from the window in the shower. My roommate was so convinced that they had confronted my partner, thinking that they had been pranking him. But keep in mind, the apartment was on the 2nd story, so there's no way that someone could have had access to that window. Needless to say, we're all firm believers now. This morning, I had the most frightening experience of my life. Just to put a setting in place, my room has my bed in the middle, against the back wall, directly in front of my closet. I woke up with a sweat around 2 a.m. thinking it was too hot. It's getting hotter in Australia. So I got up to turn on my fan. I felt paranoia, as anyone would, walking across the room at 2 a.m. But something was strange. Something was watching me. I don't know where from, but I didn't think much of it. I put quiet music on in my Google Home and went back to sleep. I woke up maybe 3:50 a.m., again, still sweating. This was strange, as I had turned my fan on. My music had stopped. My Google Home was showing the sign that it was trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. I realized I was too tired to move, so I shifted my eyes to the front of me to reveal my closet. And I saw someone staring at me with a flat expression. I squinted my eyes to see if I was seeing it clearly, but as I realized I was in reality and everything was real, it realized I was awake. A flat expression shifted to a large smile. I got up in my bed to get my fight or flight instincts ready, but by the time I lifted myself up, the noise of something falling came from my closet, and the doors closed. My Google Home reconnected to Wi-Fi and blared my music aloud. My parents walked into my room and said, "What's going on?" asking what that noise was. I explained everything, and they believed me. We ended up moving my mattress onto the floor into my parents' room. Anyway, now it's been 10 hours since this experience. I'm still in shock, and I'm confused. What if I never woke up? Was the sweat a warning sign? Why was my Wi-Fi disconnected from my Google Home and reconnected when the closet shut? If anyone has had a similar experience, please help me out. I'm scared to go into my room now. I know it could be me seeing stuff, but it reacted when it knew I was awake. So something is not right. "30 years ago, just after my 21st birthday, I purchased a set of wine glasses. I bought them because they weren't like standard wine glasses. They were a smoky gray color and had a very short stem on them. The gray color got darker as it went down the glass, and it was almost black at the base. They were a nice, thick glass with a bit of weight to them. Since my 21st birthday, I've lived in many places, and as so often happens in a move, things get lost or broken. By the time I moved to where I currently live, about 15 years ago, I was down to just one of those wine glasses. I was always very careful with it because I hadn't seen any others like it in all these years.
After my daughter turned 21, she decided that wine was her drink of choice, and we often jokingly argued about who got to use the cool wine glass and who got to use the regular one. This went on for a couple of years, until one day we'd stopped at a dollar store to grab a few things, and I noticed on the shelf there were wine glasses that looked like the smoky wine glasses I bought 30 years ago, and they were only $1 each. There were only 3 of them, so I bought them all. Although I wasn't entirely sure they were an exact match, but if they were, I'd have a set of 4 again. We were about an hour away from home and weirdly excited about our find. We couldn't wait to see if they were the same, and they were a perfect match. We washed them up, and that night, we both had wine out of the cool wine glasses and gave them a little clink as we enjoyed our wine and our find. About a month later, we decided to have a glass of wine, and as my daughter was getting the glasses out of the cupboard, she dropped one, and it shattered on the floor. We both looked at each other and laughed, grateful that we'd bought 3 instead of just 1. So we didn't have to go back to arguing over who would use the cool wine glass. Not long after that, my daughter moved out into her own apartment. Busy with life, we didn't see each other much, so I decided that when she came home to visit, I would surprise her with a cool wine cabinet, and I'd have it stocked with loads of different wine that we could try together. After it was finished, I was putting the wine in there, and there was enough space to put the wine glasses in the front. I was thinking they would look nice in the lighting that I had installed. I went to get the glasses out of the cupboard, and there were 4 of them. I couldn't believe it. I began wondering if maybe I had dreamed that she broke the glass, and I decided I must have. Nothing else would make sense. I didn't call and ask her because I wanted the cabinet to be a surprise. She knows I don't drink alone and would be wondering what I was doing, digging out the wine glasses as they're in the back of the cupboard. Not long after that, she came over and was impressed with my little project. And we decided that we needed to get busy trying out all of the new wines I'd put in the cabinet. She opened the cabinet, and seeing the 4 smoky gray glasses, she turned and looked at me with a weird look on her face and said, "How are there 4 of them? I broke one." I told her I thought she had, but I'd convinced myself I dreamt it because there was no other explanation. She said, "Nope, I definitely broke one. It shattered everywhere." We were both confused and a little creeped out, but it didn't stop us from enjoying our wine. There are still 4 glasses. This is by far the creepiest and spookiest experience I've ever had. This happened at the school I went to in the Philippines. It was a Catholic one, but not the strict kind. To describe what happened, my classroom at the time is at the end of a hallway located on the first floor. Across from our classroom is our mini library, where our librarian sat behind the door. Beside that library were the bathrooms for boys and girls. The girls' bathroom is bigger with 3 stalls inside of it. The boys' one was an entire bathroom without stalls. It's way back in 2003, and I'm in the 3rd grade. It was the summery time, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We had an ongoing class at this time, so I excused myself to go to the bathroom. I walked across the hallway, and I reached the girls' bathroom. Just a brief description of how the bathroom looked. When you enter, a big, dirty, scratchy mirror on the wall will welcome you. Beneath it was a clogged, dirty sink. Beside the sink were the stalls, 3 of them, made of soft aluminum material. The locks on the doors were broken. This is an important detail of the stalls. So when I entered the bathroom, I was the only one in the area. No other students inside the boys' bathroom or the other stalls. All the doors of the stalls were wide open. I'm usually a scaredy cat kind of girl, so I went inside the first stall. Since the locks were broken, I just held the door while peeing, so if anyone entered, they'll know I was there. As I was finishing my business,
a sudden gust of wind entered the bathroom, and I felt someone, a presence, enter the bathroom. I waited for that someone to enter the stalls, but nothing happened. I was clueless, but I didn't think it was a ghost at first. But I heard the faucet in the third stall open, and water was flowing. I, without thinking too much, peeped below the cubicles. There was no one, no feet, not anything, just water flowing. I was too freaked out. I hurriedly fixed my uniform, and when I was trying to open the door, it wouldn't even budge. Remember, the lock was broken, so just a little touch would have opened it. But it was not moving. I was so hysterical that I was punching the door so much it had dents in it. I was screaming and crying and really, really scared. I tried kicking the door, but it won't move. I screamed louder. My throat was getting sore until finally my teacher and the librarian came to get me. They opened the door, mind you, without any force. I was dumbfounded, and they asked me what happened. I told them everything. They just stared at each other and gave me a fine but worried laugh, and they helped me back to class. It was the scariest feeling I've ever felt because I felt helpless. I remember stories of other students seeing ghosts and such in that school. Some say that the schools were initially rice plains where salvage bodies were usually thrown. So, I guess that could explain it all, if it's true. 18 years passed, and that memory is still clear as glass. I hope that will never happen again to me. I have few stories left, but nothing beats this one. This happened October 5th, 2008. I remember the day since we were on our way home from my cousin's wedding, and my sister's baby shower was the next day. My husband and I left the wedding around 10 p.m. As family weddings go, it was a long day. We didn't drink alcohol since we knew we had a lot to do the next day and drive home. Preface: the wedding was hosted in a town that we're familiar with, and this story is based on roads that we've driven 1,000 times, in the dark and in the daylight. This is fall in a small, quaint, northeastern town. My husband is a non-believer and never agreed with my point of view on ghosts or spirits, but we've made it work. We leave the wedding and are driving home. My mind is filled with how late it is and how much I have to do tomorrow to get the shower set up. I'm really hoping everything is perfect and that I haven't forgotten to prepare anything. As we make a left to go up a small incline, I see this mist off to the right. It's about 5 foot, swirling up, and approximately 8 feet into the yard. My brain automatically shoots over to, that's weird. Why is a storm drain in the middle of a yard? It looked very similar to the condensation one would see from a New York City vent, moisture that most of us know and are familiar with when the ground is warmer than the air. I'm still hyper-focused on why this drain is in the middle of the yard, so as we drive by, I look to the ground where the mist is hovering. As I'm looking down into the yard, trying to see the drain, my husband yells. Yes, yells.
"Oh my God! Did you see that?"
He curses all the time, but up until that point that I have known him, he's never yelled, "Oh my God," before. Shocked, I reply, "What? That strangely placed drain?" Shakily, he replied, "No, that lady." I didn't see a lady. I was looking. She was see-through, wearing old-fashioned clothing, standing there in the yard. You were looking out the window. That's when I realized the mist he saw was potentially a ghost, and the mist I picked up on as strange placement for a storm drain were one and the same. What was it? Condensation or a ghost? After this, my husband has never spoken of it again or repeated what he saw. Super frustrating at times, but I respect that he does not want to discuss it. The first time I mentioned this experience to my sister, he got superbly upset that I had said he said, "Oh my God." I know he said it, since it's something he never said before around me. The tone of what he said made it stick in my mind forever. We went back through there the next day. No Halloween decorations, no drains, nothing that we could find to explain what we saw. We've driven that road time and time again. There are no storm drains, no sidewalks, about 18 inches of gravel shoulder. When I'm a passenger riding through there, I still to this day try to find the oddly placed storm drain in the middle of someone's yard. I find it fascinating that we both picked up on it as something out of place. My rational mind said storm drain, while my husband decided something else had made him look right at it. Whatever it was, ghost or condensation, it's been a fun campfire story to tell. This one's always been a fun one to tell. My husband does not believe in the paranormal and thinks it's a bunch of nonsense. At this point, we were still early on in our relationship and had been living together for a couple of years. He bought an old house, built in 1929, in a suburb close to the big city we grew up next to. I would often see the shadows move out of the corner of my eyes and started having a sense that our energy was not the only energy there. Nothing too concerning. We had a 120-pound American black lab, so it could easily be her moving through the house. Or we could explain it away that maybe the neighbors backed in and the lights just hit the windows just right. One day, I tell my guy that I saw a small black shadow walk into the laundry room. I was not taken seriously. Has to be some reasonable explanation. I mentioned it because it wasn't an out-of-the-corner-of-the-eye experience this time. The laundry room is in the finished basement. The only windows are glass block windows with a vent, and they're etched foggy. They're 4 by 3 blocks, I think, whatever the standard basement window size is. This part of the basement, the windows face into our backyard. There's no lights coming in from traffic. The houses were built in an apple orchard, so the backyards were long, about half an acre, and an acre between our house and the house that ours backed up to. We had an 8-foot wooded fence along the property line, no outside light source. A few weeks later, we're getting ready to go to the store together. I was finishing some laundry, and he's in the basement finishing up something on the computer that was down there. He asks me to put the dog in her crate while he finishes up. He will be just a minute longer. The crate is in the basement, but behind, to the right of where my guy is sitting. The laundry room door is open. All the lights are off now except for the hall light on the top of the stairs and the PC. I'm now standing at the end of the stairs facing my guy, and he's looking at the computer. Black Shadow Dog walks into the laundry room. My guy. "I thought you put her into her crate." Jokingly, "Nah, I thought you were going to." He calls the dog. I'm looking at our dog in her crate. Now, he's losing his patience, since there are things in the laundry room he doesn't want her to eat or get into. "Can you please get the dog?" "What dog?" "Fine, I'll do it." At this point, I ask him to turn around and look in the crate. Looks at the crate, looks back at the computer. "You saw it, didn't you? You saw the black shadow go into the laundry room too." It's the only time he ever admitted that he saw something in that house. Now, I don't know much about shadow beings, never really looked into it.
We were in this house for 8 years, and we had our kids here. Never anything malicious or scary. I've always been a big believer in the paranormal. I lost my dad in 2016, and I've heard him talk to me. I've seen things, felt things, all just unexplainable. I'll start with some background. So me and my friend, we'll call her Aubrey, met September 2017, 10 days after her daughter was born. She didn't like me at first, but before I knew it, she adopted me like her own. We were attached to the hip, inseparable. I actually ended up living with her on and off for about a year or two, and I helped her raise her daughter when me and my grandpa weren't on great terms. I call her mom, she calls me daughter, and her daughter calls me sissy. We're family, blood or not. So you can take a guess how often I was at her house. Her grandma wasn't home for months at a time, so we were the safe house, the party house, the chain smoke cigarettes on the back porch when you're going through a breakup house. We had friends over all the time. We were all super close, and that house was like a breeding ground for paranormal activity. Knocking on walls, footsteps down the hallway, things moving around, voices, the feeling of being watched, the random cold chills, even the piano playing by itself. Me and Aubrey's at the time boyfriend heard it from 2 separate rooms one night. It was only us 3 in the house. I could tell you guys 100 stories of things that happened in that house, not just to me, but to all of our friends. My fiancé was waiting by himself for me and Aubrey to get home, and he heard voices, like a conversation in the hallway. Grabbed a bat to start swinging, but no one was there. Anyway, this particular story happened in 2018. I had just recently graduated high school, so I was always at her house. We enjoyed a nice smoke session on her back porch every once in a while, but she still had to mom, and I still had to sister, so we never got blasted out of our minds. Just a few hits and smoke some cigarettes, go to bed for the night, when it was just us. Sometimes we'd stay up later, just talking and laughing, but at the time her daughter wasn't sleeping well, so we were usually exhausted and just wanted to sleep. This night, we had a friend of ours, we'll call him James. We had him come over to hang out for a bit. We all smoked a little bit, talked, laughed, and then James left, and we decided to call it a night. Aubrey was exhausted, and I didn't really want to be out there alone, so I came inside too. So Aubrey goes back to bed, and she always turned her phone on Do Not Disturb because she didn't want to wake her daughter. It was always a fight to get her to go to sleep. We did everything we could to not wake her up again. Brief layout. You walk into the front sitting room from the front door, and there's the hallway to the left that leads to the bedrooms and the bathroom. And to the right, there's the doorway to the kitchen. All the way to the right, the north wall, and the doorway to the living room, right next to it, on the east wall. There's a pull-out couch in the sitting room that you can see into the kitchen from, so I have a clear look to the porch as well as the TV from where I'm sitting. I've been inside for probably about an hour or 2. I'm not super tired this night, so I'm facing away from the doorways, scrolling through Instagram, when suddenly I hear a high-pitched frequency sound. So I sit up on the pull-out, trying to see which direction it's coming from, when I realize the TV got left on, but it's just a black screen. Like if your gaming console goes into rest mode or your cable box turns off. Still on, but nothing on the screen. So I shrugged it off, just the TV. And as I'm going to roll over and lay back down, I see someone sitting in Aubrey's chair on the back porch, smoking a cigarette. We all had our own assigned chairs outside. So when you first walked out the sliding door, mine was on the left and hers was on the right,
Just your typical swivel patio chairs, with the other chairs just around, making a circle around the little table out back. There's an ashtray, and it's where we would set our drinks. The back porch light is on, so I can clearly see someone there. But when the kitchen light is on too, it created a glare on the glass door of anything that was sitting on the kitchen table. At first, I'm kind of moving my head around to get different views from where I'm sitting. Maybe somehow the glare is making it look like someone is sitting there and my eyes are just playing tricks on me. But no, it's a person. So then I start to think maybe James forgot his cigarettes or something. But he would have called or texted to let me know he was coming back to grab them. And especially would have said something if he was going to hang around to smoke a cigarette, alone or otherwise. So I'm looking, trying to figure out who the hell is smoking a cigarette on our porch when we're not out there with them, without even telling us they'd be there. And then it looks at me. It looks at me, dead in the eyes. I froze. I felt like I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, and my body was covered in chills. It starts to stand up, but I don't stick around long enough to find out whether it's going to walk right through the door like Casper the Friendly Ghost or knock on the door like a person. I grab my phone and I run to the bathroom. I'm texting Aubrey over and over, telling her someone is outside, and I don't know who it is. But of course, she's not answering because her phone is on Do Not Disturb. And everyone knows, once Aubrey is in her room for the night, don't open that door, for fear of waking the little crotch demon that Aubrey had to have cut out of her. So when I open the door, she's giving me a look like, "What the hell do you want?" And I'm trying to stay as quiet as possible while I'm panicking, trying to tell her someone is outside. She tells me to stay with her daughter while she grabs some type of weapon. I can't remember what, but she goes back to look. She comes back and tells me she didn't see anything, no sign of anyone, nothing. She grabs the baby monitor and comes out to the living room with me for a while. I tell her what just happened, and she offered to let me sleep in her room that night. I did. We never knew whether it was a human or something else. Needless to say, we went out and bought baseball bats, machetes, and large hunting knives to leave in different parts of the house in case anyone ever tried to break in. Me and Aubrey are both 5'3", 100 pounds soaking wet, with a tiny human to defend. The fuck are we gonna do, you know? Human or not, it was enough to make us come up with a plan if anything like that did ever happen again. No one ever said that they came over that night and just forgot to call. No one ever said, "Oh hey, that may have been me," when I told everyone the story. Me and Aubrey never found out who or what it was. Human, stranger, friend, apparition, paranormal, who knows? I'll never forget it though. I retired from the school district back in 2008. God bless those teachers out there continuing the good fight. In this field of work, you get to see the best and the worst of humanism. The most common childhood trauma doesn't come from ghosts, but in my 30-plus years of working in elementary schools, you're bound to encounter at least one anomaly. Mid-90s, I had a student whose younger brother died over the summer. It was tragic for the whole school. We held a vigil for him right before that year started. They were a very religious family. Prior to that, I'd only known the family in passing and from school events. Their children were well-behaved, never dirty. Both parents were members of the school's PTA. I'm not saying every parent on the PTA board is a good parent. I'm simply saying this as a preface to emphasize that this family, on all accounts, seemed normal. Needless to say, after that summer, it all changed. First day of school, the student, Jason, comes into class somber and pale. Around his neck was a silver chain with a small plastic piccolo attached to it, no bigger than a couple of inches. During our morning math, I had my back facing the class. I was writing equations on the blackboard. I hear a high-pitched whistle. I quickly spin around, turn, and I catch Jason with his hand clasped around his necklace. I ask him to refrain from playing with it during class. He nods, but a few moments later, I hear the whistle again. This happens multiple times during the lesson. Way longer than I should have tolerated in a normal situation, but given the circumstances, I'm gracious with my reminders. After every reminder, he says, "I didn't do it," and the kids around him snicker. Finally, after another sharp note from the tiny piccolo, I spin around once more, telling him to hand over the necklace, that he can get it back at the end of school. His eyes filled with tears, and he begged me not to take it, but I couldn't let it slide again. It was becoming a disruption to the kids around him, so I insisted. He hands me the necklace. I pop it in my coat pocket. Later, at recess, Jason gets into a physical altercation with another classmate. Returning from my lunch break, there's an ambulance in the bus loop. I walk into the office side doors, and I see paramedics placing a kid onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out through the front double doors. Then, to my right, through a big glass window located behind the front desk, I see Jason sitting in the principal's office. There's blood on his t-shirt, all over his face. It looked as if a small balloon filled with red paint had been popped on his chest. Its splatter radius reaching up well past his hairline, staining parts of his blonde hair into darker shades. The principal's sitting at her desk on the phone. She glances over and we make eye contact. She steps out of her office and tells me I need to go supervise my class. She'll update me on what happened after school. Entering my classroom, the children are buzzing about what happened. The teacher's aide in my classroom is visibly shaken up. Jason never returns to class that day. After school, the principal and I finally have a chance to connect. Her recount of what had taken place was described as follows. Rita saw Jason haul ass across the playfield to tackle a first grader, then begin to just start wailing on her. Rita ran from the other side of the field to intervene. That's about 50 yards of distance she had to cover. Within that time, kids started to gather around the two in the grass. She blew her air horn and began to push the children out of the way. Like theater curtains, the crowd of small bodies opened, revealing a scene of absolute madness. Jason was on top of the first grader, arms extended completely straight, both hands wrapped around her face. He dug his thumbs into her eyes, pushing them into the sockets, down to his knuckles. Everyone was screaming, including Rita. She tackles Jason off of the girl, lays on top of him, while calling for help on her walkie-talkie. The girl would be permanently blinded after the attack. Nobody knew why he did it. Jason's friends said that they were playing. He just turned and ran to the girl. It scared everyone. Another teacher whose classroom's windows were pointed in the direction of the drama thankfully ran out to help. It gets a little bit worse. When Rita and the second teacher pulled Jason off the ground, he'd bit Rita in the arm, tearing a big chunk from her forearm. I think one of the lunch ladies drove her to the emergency room just to avoid an ambulance bill. America. Well, it was a horror show, to say the least. When the principal left, I remember just sitting at my desk for the next hour, trying to grasp the story that I'd just been told. On my way out of the parking lot that night, I walked through the large, empty playfield to see where it had all taken place. The janitors had poured rock salts and disinfectant litter over the scene, but they'd missed a couple of dark streaks where the blood ran down the little incline. From the amount they used, it looked like a lot was spilled. Getting home that night, I burst through the door, tossing my coat on the couch, running to my husband Callan's home office to tell him everything. Finally able to expel my thoughts unprofessionally. His expression looked how I'm sure mine did when I was told the gruesome details. Any spouse of an educator knows we provide some of the craziest stories imaginable at the dinner table. Later that night, I'm sitting in bed reading a book. Callan's brushing his teeth in the bathroom that's also in our bedroom. The sink's not on, and the TV is off, but my ears instantly pick up a soft, high-pitched whistle. Not a constant hum from a faucet or electricity. It would start up for a couple of seconds and then stop. Then whistle a couple of times and stop again. When Callan stopped brushing his teeth, I asked if he could hear it, so he listened. And after a moment, he heard it too. It was loud enough to make me get up to investigate. I open our bedroom door, walk to where I think the sound is coming from, which is the living room. The sound crescendos as I enter, and then becomes silent. Almost instinctually, I start checking around for my husband's pager, even though I know he has it next to him at all times. Then I hear one more little whistle, and I pinpoint where it's coming from, and my stomach fills with rocks. I walk over to the arm of the couch, pick up my coat, pull out a small silver piccolo necklace. It couldn't be, right? I had to find out, so I put my lips to the small plastic instrument in blue. The tone matched. My husband shouts from the bedroom that he heard it again, so I bring the necklace in to show him. I tell him how it came into my possession, and he tells me how off-putting all of this is and to get rid of it. I throw it into the trash bin under the sink in the bathroom. Then I shut the door, hop back into bed. We try to fall asleep, but no sooner do we shut our eyes. We hear the metal trash bin start rattling and shaking up against the pipes and linoleum floor. For a long minute, he and I just look at each other, wide-eyed, wondering what to do next. Callan gets out of bed and approaches the bathroom door, but as his hand touches the door, the noise stops. He opens the door and flips on the light. The trash bin had been knocked over, the rubbish spread on the ground. Callan screams and swears that he saw the necklace move towards him on the ground before he shouts and stomps the plastic with his bare foot. He then gets on his hands and knees, rushing to clean up all the little shards with his fingers, then dumped it all along with the chain down the toilet, flushing it away. Callan slams the door, runs back into bed. Thankfully, it was a Friday night because sleep definitely wasn't in the cards for us after that. Jason never returned to the school, and the parents never showed up to any of the meetings to discuss things. I'm sure they assumed he was going to be expelled, which he was, but the legal paperwork had never been filled out or returned, even after we mailed it to the address on file. As the year continued, I was also surprised no other school district had called looking for information on him. Recently, I looked for them on Facebook with no success. They had a pretty original last name, and I can't find anyone. I found a picture online of what the necklace looked like to get a better reference. This one looks almost exactly like it. This happened one summer evening of 1984 when I was a teenager. 3 friends and I were walking around the suburban neighborhood where we lived. There wasn't a lot to do, so it was common for kids to stroll around at night, just talking, laughing, and getting into mischief. There was a large forest with streams, a swamp, and a rocky area with mounds of dirt. It was surrounded by neighborhoods on 3 sides, and an elementary school with some municipal buildings, and a big empty field on the 4th. There was a narrow asphalt path that ran through the middle, so kids could walk to and from school. The whole area was referred to as the path, and children knew it as a scary, dangerous place. I used to think an off-brand version of the Manson family lived there and held satanic rituals where they sacrificed kids like me. In reality, the scariest thing was the older kids smoking pot, drinking Michelob, or making out. On this particular evening, I was with Frank, Keith, and Brian. We decided to walk down a dead-end street, cut through some yards to reach the path. It was dusk as we stepped over the old stone wall and into the dense underbrush. We didn't have a flashlight. We had to spark the flint wheel on an empty lighter just to see where we were going. It provided a quick, dim flash, just bright enough to get our bearings. In single file, we worked our way through the underbrush to a narrow brook. There was a fallen log across the stream, so it was easy to cross. On the other side, roughly 100 yards away, was a narrow dirt path that ran perpendicular to and intersected the path. I was third in line, with Frank and Keith in front. As I emerged from the brush, Brian was still making his way across, and Keith yelled that someone was standing there. His voice was shrill and frightened. He and Keith were to my left and facing my direction. I turned to the right, and there was a man standing not 6 feet away. It wasn't a tree. It was a dark, silent, man-shaped blotch that appeared solid, but it was darker than darkness. I could make out a round hat pulled low across his forehead. The figure was silent, unmoving. I stared at it, terrified, and the figure shifted slightly, but it didn't seem like movement. It was more of a subtle change in its actual shape. There was just no perceptible motion. We ran away in a panic, but we were also laughing hysterically. We stopped to catch our breath when we reached the path, and Brian arrived a few seconds behind us. He hadn't seen anything and didn't understand why we ran off. We stood there, panting beneath a streetlight, comparing what we saw. We all agreed on the same thing: a slim, silent man in a hat. Keith also saw the same shift in shape, the one that I saw, and his words gave me goosebumps. The dirt path that we came from was all but obscured by overgrown weeds, so it wasn't a route that people would usually use at night. That's what really made it frightening, to encounter someone silent and motionless in that particular spot. Who was it? Why was he there? Why didn't he speak? Why were they wearing a hat over their eyes in the dark? All of these questions came to mind when I saw him, but they translated into one giant what the fuck. I would guess he was in his 30s or 40s. Did one of the neighborhood residents get annoyed with obnoxious teenagers cutting through his yard? Could someone have silently treaded his way through dense, dark underbrush in order to scare us? If so, that in itself is terrifying. Bravo. I'm still in touch with Frank. We talk about this from time to time. It still gives me the chills. Nearly 40 years later. I live in a flat building in a good area. It's a long, windy cul-de-sac, so there's not many cars coming in and out, unless it's people leaving or coming home from work. My boyfriend is away in Thailand for a month. We usually take the dog out together at night. I went myself, which I was fine with.
I usually feel safe. Last week, around 8 p.m., I left the flat to take my dog for a pee. My dog is extremely excitable, especially around other people. She had just been spayed, so she had a cone on her head and stitches that needed to heal. I'm waiting for my dog to do her business, and a car pulls in, drives slowly past me. The guy did a friendly, neighborly nod towards me, so I did a small smile back, to be polite. The guy parks at the front of the building, and I'm on the other side of the car park, on the grass with my dog. I'm watching my dog, trying to get her to hurry up because it was freezing. I look up, and the man is standing outside of his car, staring at me. Freaked out by this, I turn my attention back to my dog. I keep looking over my shoulder, and he's staring with a creepy-ass smile on his face. I looked away again for a second, and he was walking along the road, slowly, towards us. I'm a really friendly person. I can be paranoid and aware. As a woman, you should be at night, but something about him made me feel scared. He's walking so slow, as if he wants to talk to me, so I hide behind a van, and I'm telling the dog, "Hurry up and pee." I can't see him anymore, which terrified the life out of me. All I can hear are footsteps coming towards us. The guy peeks his face around the van, and my dog goes nuts. She's jumping around, barking aggressively, which she never does that to people. And this guy doesn't take that as a reason to leave. My dog is showing that she doesn't want his presence. But even though she's doing this, he continues walking towards us, slowly. I start backing up and I say to him to please leave, as she's just had surgery and she's too excited. In the most quiet, sinister voice, he asks, "What's your name?" I couldn't really hear him. He kept repeating the question. I eventually understood what he was asking. My dog is still going absolutely nuts at him. I say again, "Please, my dog has just had surgery. You need to walk away. She's getting too excited." Ignored, again. Walks towards us, asking my name. So I start walking away from him. He ponders for a minute, still smiling, creepily. He eventually backs up slowly, still facing me. I swear he did this for at least 20 seconds. He walks back to his car, looking over his shoulder at me, then stands back at his car and stares for another 3 minutes. I pretend my dog is doing something when she's really just being a pain in the ass and standing there. I look up and he's gone. I'm shaking, sending my sister voice notes about what's going on. She's telling me, "Just go inside," but she doesn't realize I'm frozen in fear. Eventually, I see a woman and her son walk up to the front door, so I half jog over there with my dog to go inside at the same time as them. The front of the building has a glass door. I glance in, and the man is standing there, waiting for us. I told the woman, "This man's been following me and my dog. I'm scared." And she walks in with me. The man sees I'm not alone and walks right past us, out of the building again. I run into the lift with my dog. I get in and I lock my doors. I decide to tell my 2 male neighbors about it. As my boyfriend is away, they agree to run downstairs if I ever need them. I took a picture of his car, registration plate. As my twin sister gets the train home late at night after work, I want her to be wary of him. Well, today, I was out with my dog at 11 a.m., just doing our usual walk around the block. We walk into the building, and as we're heading to the lift, I see the guy peek his head around the corner. He was looking for me. He started walking towards me. At first, I don't recognize him.
but then he smiled this creepy smile, and I realized who it was. He said hi, so I said hi, and then beelined it for the lift. He came towards me and my dog again. I pressed the lift button, just watching it come down from the 6th floor. He comes and stands closer to me. Again, my dog is going nuts at him. He asks what my name was. He has an accent, and he asks again when I didn't understand what he was saying. I ask, what, my dog's name or mine? He says, yours. I froze and said some fake name. He started to move closer. I had no time to pay attention. The lift was about to open, and I could run away. He told me his name. I replied, nice to meet you. And finally, the lift doors opened. I walked in and pressed the button to my floor, hoping he would just leave me alone. He ran behind me as I walked in, and he went, I'd like to see you again. What the fuck? Shivers ran down my spine. I was so creeped out. I replied that I had a boyfriend, but thanks. As I said this, the lift doors were closing, and he tried to stick his hand out to stop the lift from closing. Thank God they closed on time. I'm only on the next floor up, so I was so afraid he was going to run up as he could see what floor I got off at. I stopped for a moment and almost pressed a different floor, but I just wanted to get inside my house and lock the doors. The lift opens, and he's not there. So I beeline for the front door. There's a glass door to the stairs, and I swear, I thought I saw someone coming up. I ran in, and I locked the front door. I was so confused by what had just happened. Next thing I do, I message everyone with the update. They told me to get the phone for the non-emergency police number, even if just to get it on record. So I did that. The police arrived around 3 p.m. at my flat. I explained everything to them, and they said I could either A, get the police to go to his front door and tell him to knock it off, or next time he does something like that, tell him to leave me alone, and if he doesn't, phone the police, as it would then be considered harassment. But for now, the police couldn't do more, which is fair enough. I didn't want to anger him at this stage, as it's not a crime at this point. But why can't he just leave me alone? I've clearly shown that I'm not interested. I hate saying something is going on when it maybe isn't, but I just have a terrible gut feeling. This happened 10 years ago, when I was 18, still living with my parents and siblings, but I remember it vividly. We lived in a small Canadian town near the Rocky Mountains, and my friend was also living with us at the time. Back then, my family was part of a cult. We didn't know that that's what it was yet, but it's relevant to the story. It was 11:30 on a clear summer night. My friend and I were told that we had to go live with the leaders of the cult. The leader's house was across the back alleyway, and a few houses down from my parents. We didn't want to live with them, so we spent as much time as possible at my parents' house and only returned to the cult late at night. On this particular night, we left my parents' house and my mom locked the door, turned off the lights, and went to bed. There's no fence around our backyard, so we walked straight to the alleyway and immediately heard the garbage cans behind us being knocked around. Like a clumsy person bumped into them. I assumed we startled a bear while it was digging through someone's trash. We're used to having lots of wildlife in the area. I panicked while I tried to decide if we should go back to bang on my parents' locked door, or if we should run for the always unlocked cult house. My friend started repeating my name and grabbing my arm while looking at the garbage cans. Then she suddenly screamed, and I looked back too. There was no bear digging through the trash, only a huge, flying thing. It swooped over our heads and shot up to about 15 feet. Now, we were both screaming, and here's the kicker. It flew straight by the Colt house before flying out of sight. When it turned, we had a clear view in the streetlights. I just can't fathom it being anything other than paranormal. It was inky black, with a wingspan of roughly 9 feet long. I've never seen a darker black before, or since. No distinguishable features, no feathers, head, eyes, beak, or legs, nothing. The best description I can think of is a huge stingray, minus the tail, but with much bigger wings. My friend described it as a shadow of a large flying creature, but way more solid. It flew beautifully and smoothly, without making a sound. The way it effortlessly maneuvered its large size between the two houses was impressive, but it was also terrifying. The experience left us shocked and frightened. We stood there for a short time, watching to see if it returned, but it never did. Eventually, we composed ourselves and went to the Colt house. There were actually 2 leaders, a man and a woman. We immediately told the woman everything. When we finished, she stared at us with a strange look on her face and simply said, "Where there is great light, there will be great darkness." Then she walked away. My friend and I stayed up for hours, watching out the front window, wondering if we would see it. Thankfully, we never saw it again. I've tried to find the creature on Google, but I've never found anything remotely similar. Does anyone here know what it might be? I live in Minnesota, in the U.S. There are all kinds of things that I've seen and experienced, and with that being said, I'm going to get into all of them. I'm a Pisces, and for those of you that are wondering, it's believed that Pisces are one of the closest zodiac signs to the spirit world, and I've found this to be pretty true, at least for myself. Story number 1. It was Halloween. I was out trick-or-treating with a couple of friends for their mom. I was approximately 14 or 15 years old. My close friend was about 12. Her brother was about 7 years old. Their mom was driving us to the nicer neighborhoods in the area, as they were a few miles from where we lived. We were at the last and one of the biggest houses in the area. Side note, the streetlights were orange in color and were spread about 15 feet apart from one another, leaving large dark gaps between the lights at night. So their mom had stopped the car, and I got out first. Immediately, I felt like we were being watched from the woods across the street. I walked around the car and let out my friend's brother. We walked up to the house, and I continued to look around. I noticed that we were the only people out and about in the area. My friend and her brother rang the doorbell, and I walked behind them. The people in the house seemed normal and gave us each the big candy bars. We thanked them and started walking back to the car, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I looked around after I helped my friend's brother into the car. I got him buckled and I shut the door. My friend had already gotten into the car. I looked down the road and I saw 2 little kids in the shadows, in between the lights. I knew there was something not right about these 2. The kids appeared to be about 5 years in age by their height. I said, "Hello," and received no response. They stayed perfectly still. I asked if they were okay and still got nothing. I then said, "If you're not bad spirits, step into the light." And they giggled, but they didn't move. I started to walk around the back of the car to get back in. I looked back towards where the kids had been, and I catch the shadow of them running into the woods, but they made no noise. I opened the car door, and I heard the giggles again, but closer. I jumped into the car and didn't even buckle before I yelled, "Go, Mama, go!" She hit the gas and didn't ask any questions. I explained what had happened as soon as we got back to their house, and each of them said that they didn't hear, see, or say anything after they'd gotten into the car. Story number 2, I was at the same friend's house as the previous story. As I looked down the long, straight hallway, something in my brain kept telling me to look at the bathroom every time I looked away from it. No one was in the bathroom. The shower curtain was closed all the way. I looked at my friend and was talking to her, and I heard the shower curtain start to move. And as soon as I looked at the curtain, it flew open. I couldn't believe it. My friend and her family asked why I had a shocked look on my face. I explained what I'd just seen, and they, without skipping a beat, said, "Oh yeah, that's normal." And they continued chatting as if it were just another day. I know this isn't the scariest thing to happen, but it freaked me out. Story number 3. This has nothing to do with the paranormal, but serves as a reminder that you should follow your instincts. My mom's friend picked me up from a high school dance. We stopped at a gas station to grab a drink before going back to her house. We got out of the car to go inside. When we got out, a guy had asked us if we could give him a ride down the road to his friend's car. We asked where his friends were. He said that they had walked to the bars without him. My friend's mom said she'd have to ask her husband, as it was his car and she needed permission to let him know what she was doing. He agreed to let us ask him, but as we went inside the gas station, the guy stayed outside. When we got inside, we both immediately said that we had a bad feeling about the guy, and we didn't want to give him a ride. She called her husband and explained what was going on, how we felt about it. He agreed. If we didn't feel okay with it, we can tell the guy that he said no, and we had to go home immediately. We then got what we needed and left the store. The guy asked us if we could do it, and we explained that her husband said no, that we had to get home as soon as possible. He accepted the answer and left us alone. A week later, we read an article in the paper about a guy asking for rides. The folks that gave him a ride would be robbed, and if they didn't have anything on them, he would stab them and run away. It was the guy we said no to after the dance. Story number 4. I used to work at a gas station that's also famous for their food. It's popular in the Midwest. I would usually work the night shift from 4 to 11 p.m. I would walk home, about 2 miles. I would do this on my own, and I never had issues, other than a few times, where I'd feel as though I was being followed, even though I could never see or hear anyone. It's important to start off this way to show that I have no issues walking by myself at night, and I don't get freaked out often. One night, after I got home from work, I was just relaxing when I figured a walk would help me clear my mind. I got ready and left my house. I walked around a park in town and started to walk a different route home. I was about a block away from my house when I got a really strong feeling of someone or something needing help. And immediately, my attention was drawn to a house built into the side of a hill. There was a garage built underneath the house, and there was a long, jagged staircase in front of the house to get to the front door. Next to the front door was a big bay window, which is where I felt the feeling coming from. There was no sign of life at or inside the house, but I felt as though there was someone banging on the bay window, crying and screaming for help, asking if I can just open the door so they can escape the house. I found myself walking toward the house, almost in tears from the overwhelming emotions. I then stopped myself as it felt like I'd run into a brick wall of darkness. I felt an energy that told me if I took more than one more step up the stairs, I would be hurt badly, if not killed, by the dark presence. I continued to stare at the house for about 10 minutes, unable to leave but unable to help. I finally heard a car a ways down the other block, and I sort of snapped out of my trance. I started to walk away from the house, but kept looking back. With each step I took away from that house, a feeling of hopelessness continued to grow. I walked past the same house thousands of times, both day and night, and I've never felt anything like that since, anywhere else or from that location. This was in 2016. This is a much longer post than I expected, so I'll end it here. I know many of you will be skeptical, and that's okay. I would be too. Growing up in a small, rural Vermont town meant that my household didn't have a lot of money, but we still shared everything we had with our extended family. That included letting my aunt and uncle and cousins move in with us when they got evicted from their house. Everything was just fine until the crying started. For 2 years, from the age 12 to age 14, I had to share a room with my little cousin Katie. It wasn't all bad, since she was close enough to my age that she wasn't a pest. But I hated the blackout curtains we had to hang so that any outside light didn't keep her up at night. I loved seeing the moonlight filter through the screen in the summer, and I missed that once Katie moved in. It was the second year that they'd been living with us when the crying began. At first, I thought it was Katie sobbing quietly when she thought I was asleep, which made sense to me because she'd gotten dumped a few days before. I figured she just didn't want to talk because she was ashamed of being the one that got dumped, or she was just still too heartbroken. Over the next few weeks, however, I began realizing that it was coming from different places within our room at night. I couldn't understand why Katie was continuing to cry so much, and any time I asked her about it, she just looked scared and shook her head. I thought something else had happened between her and her ex-boyfriend, but she just wouldn't talk to me. I told my mom and aunt about it one night while Katie was out at her friend's house, but they just shrugged it off and said that we were going through a rough time. My slightly drunk aunt joked that Katie was probably crying at night because my fashion sense was so bad, and that maybe we should try a nightlight if we were going to be such babies. I ignored her, and I decided that I was done with the whole thing. Things came to a head about a month after I talked to my mom and aunt. I was trying to sleep one night. My CD player earbuds lodged firmly in my ears when I felt a gentle tug on my pajama top sleeve. I removed the earbuds and I turned to face and speak to Katie, even though I couldn't actually see her in the darkness. "What's up?" Instead of an answer, all I got was a sniffle. And before I knew what was happening, Katie had crawled into my bed and curled up next to me. This was so out of character for her that I didn't even question it. I just gently stroked her hair. She quieted down after a bit, and I covered her with my spare blanket because she was so cold. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because I woke up to Katie moving around next to me. She leaned over, her soft whisper barely reaching my ears. "Run. The one who got me is coming for you." I had no idea what she meant. I felt her get off the bed, and then everything was still and silent again. I strained my eyes to make her out in the pitch-like darkness. But with the blackout curtains, I couldn't tell where she'd gone. "Katie, who's coming? You're creeping me out." She never responded. A primordial growl sliced through the quiet, and a white-hot pain blurred my senses. I screamed as wet, warm liquid ran down my face, and a single hand snaked its way around my throat. I tried to kick out at Katie, but my feet didn't seem to be able to connect with anything. The air was rapidly getting squeezed out of my lungs, and no matter how hard I tried, it was impossible for me to tear free of this vice-like hand. I was about to pass out when my door was flung open and my father stood there. The hand had released my throat, and after a moment of catching my breath, I realized it was just my father and I in the room. He shouted to my mom to call an ambulance, and then he tried asking me what happened. I frantically begged him to search the room, but there was no one else there. There wasn't even a closet to hide in, and the window was locked from the inside. I ended up passing out from losing so much blood. I also lost my left eye that night. The doctors tried to blame it on a mixture of sleep paralysis, nightmares, and accidental self-harm. But at 120 pounds and no muscle, even my parents didn't believe that explanation. We moved out of the house immediately, since none of us felt comfortable there anymore. On the night I lost my eye, Katie came to see me in the intensive care unit as soon as her mom had picked her up from her new boyfriend's house. I was almost asleep in bed, and I remember her leaning over and whispering to me, her voice heavy with sorrow. "I'm so sorry, cuz. I wish I could have been there for you." Even in my drug-induced, mostly asleep state, it struck me that her whisper didn't sound at all like the one that tried to warn me about the attack. I never had another strange experience again, and when we moved, I even got my own room. Since then, I never fail to make sure that there's some sort of light in the room, and on those rare nights when I hear crying, I always make sure to leave the house for a while. My hometown is prime paranormal investigator real estate. It's literally the only good thing about it. We have haunted ghost tours, and we make a big deal out of anything that brings in more tourist money. Haunted antebellum homes, restaurants, cemeteries. That's just a few of our attractions. Growing up there, it's hard not to take an interest in ghost stories at some point. One of my closer friends, let's call her Meg, lives in one of the haunted antebellum homes. She had several first-hand experiences, but I'm mostly gonna focus on my own. The nursery. The nursery has a story unto itself. No one has used it since the family living there before the Civil War. The furniture is in exactly the same spot as the last day it was used. The father was an army major, but he retired after some Indians put an arrow in him. When he got home, he learned his son had died from scarlet fever, and it broke the man. He started spending all of his time at home and began farming. Eventually, they had a new baby. A nanny slept in the nursery because back then, they didn't have baby monitors. So there was still a second bed in Meg's room because the father also slept in the baby's room for the first month. He would have stayed longer, but it caused problems in his marriage. The servants started to gossip, and that's about as bad as it gets for a woman during that time. Ultimately, the husband conceded and moved back into the master suite. A few mornings later, the nanny burst into their room, frantic, screaming. The baby had passed in the night. The mother, still in shock, accused her of murder. And of course, the nanny denied the accusation, but it didn't matter. The father lost his grip on reality and beat the nanny to death. Her husband committed suicide that same night. Sometimes, Meg hears a baby crying at night. Every now and then, if the sounds last more than a couple minutes, footsteps will walk to the crib. Then, the crying stops, and the steps seem to begin pacing, like someone is picking up the baby and walking with it. Normally, the nursery doors stay closed, and no one goes inside. But I did sleep in there once. I didn't expect anything to actually happen, but it really freaked Meg out when I touched the crib. She thought I would piss off the spirits. I sat with my back against the wall on the bed, opened both of the doors wide, and settled in for the night. I played on my phone for an hour or two without incident, but that's when the door on my right swung closed. It surprised me. They were heavy doors, and I yelped a little bit. I thought I would hear Meg if she tried to sneak up on me. You honestly can't take 3 steps in that house without floors creaking. Still, I didn't hesitate. I ran down the hall hoping to catch her, but there were no retreating footsteps. No, nothing. The hallway on that side extended both ways. I ran the shortest path to Meg's room, sure that I would run into her any moment, but I made it to her open door without trouble. When I looked in, Meg was sound asleep. Well, I wasn't sure she was asleep, but she looked damn convincing. I was sure she would deny it if I played the game of waking her up, so I retreated. I sat in my original position and replayed the events, assuming she did sneak into the doorway, reaching her arm inside and pulled the door closed, straight in front of me with the lights on, making no sound. Then, how did she get back to her room? What else could make the door close? AC kicking on? No, it stayed off in that part of the house. Likewise, no open windows or anything else to contribute to an air draft. It had sat perfectly still up until the point of it closing. I tried to recreate the event, but I couldn't make the door shut at all, not to latch. Finally, I accepted defeat and went to bed, too tired to care anymore. I was deep in a dream. I really didn't want it to end, when the sound of a crying baby leaked in. Have you ever had the sound of something in the real world seep into your dream? Creates a confusing moment of both coexisting before you realize, oh, this is a dream, but that noise isn't. That's what happened to me. It took longer than usual to understand because there's no baby in my life, nor Meg's. There's no reason for me to immediately think it was part of real life. But then I heard soft footsteps right next to me and a light whisper of... And that's when I remembered where I was sleeping. My eyes shot open, and for one instant, I saw a dark figure standing over me. But as my vision focused, there was nothing there. Everything was silent for a fraction of a second, and my heart was just beginning to slow when both of the doors suddenly slammed shut simultaneously. I didn't wait to see what else would happen. I grabbed my pillow, ran to a different guest room, and though I never quite fell asleep, I didn't experience anything else either. My mother told me a true story of when she was younger. She was about 15 or 16. She had a cousin who was beautiful, fair-skinned, light eyes, auburn hair, sweet and kind. One night, she was coming home late from a friend's house when it started to rain heavily. She was still a few blocks from home, so she took shelter underneath a giant tree. In Islam, they say that you should not be out after sunset.
and especially never be out around trees, as that's where spirits roost. When my mother's cousin arrived home that night, she was shivering, wet, and extremely tired. She went to sleep right away, and the cousin my mother once knew was gone. She woke up a different person, thing. There was no hiding behind her cousin's identity. This thing claimed he was a male jinn, and he found her to be very beautiful. He wanted to marry her, and he wouldn't be taking no for an answer. The cousin's parents called several imams. Each one tried prayers and to coax the jinn out, to leave this body, release her, let her go free. The jinn refused. My mother said it was so odd seeing her cousin. It was her cousin's body and face, but when she spoke, a deep male's voice came out. It would talk about places and faraway lands it had visited. My mother's cousin had never left the small town or village. She or it would produce fruits and vegetables that were out of season and not grown in that region. My mother said that once her aunt and uncle were having trouble with their stone oven. In Pakistan, these stone ovens weighed a lot, and they took 4 strong men to lift and move. The cousin saw the parents struggling and moved the oven by herself, or itself. That was not their daughter. The strength and the power that it displayed might as well have been magical. Things that it did, such as producing the fruits and vegetables without leaving the house, it's unexplainable, but at the time, they knew this wasn't their daughter trying to be someone else. This was someone else. My mother said the jinn stayed in her cousin's body for almost a year until her aunt and uncle's story reached a very poised and renowned imam. He traveled to the home and read Quran. They had prayer, had the cousin drink Zamzam water, didn't leave her side until the jinn finally left from the torture. My mother said her cousin didn't remember anything. It was as if her life started again from the night she originally came home from standing underneath the tree. My aunt and uncle didn't tell her and had everybody else promise to never tell her anything about the possession. My mother said her cousin was back, the same happy, sweet, and kind girl that she used to be. She went on to get married to a nice man from her college, and they had 4 cute children. She's in her 60s now, and she doesn't know what happened to her all of those years ago. My grandmother hesitantly confirmed the story, providing more details, only after promising I would never speak of it to anyone in Pakistan when I go to visit relatives. My uncles, they've also confirmed the story, witnessing for themselves what occurred. Possession apparently runs on both sides of my family, mother and father. On my father's side, it hits closer to home. I'll post that soon. My team was contacted by a writer who claimed that he was haunted by one of his main characters. The haunting was witnessed by multiple people, including his wife, children, 4 neighbors, and a mailman. The main events were centered around the writer, who we felt had put too much of himself into the character. This is fairly common when someone constantly works on developing a character, be it an actor, writer, or any other person who overly identifies with a fictional character. The unusual part was how his family met Don, the character, first, then friends and neighbors, and finally, the mailman. The writer began having conversations with Don, and he would help with the book. Don provided descriptions of his looks, traits, how he would respond in a given situation, all of which can be easily explained by the writer getting too into the character, losing his personal perspective. It went from unusual to strange
when the writer's wife and children began to experience Don in real-life situations. The wife met him at a grocery store when he approached her and began flirting. She met him again in a cafe, and he bought her coffee. She told her husband, and he asked the normal questions about how the guy looked, how old he may have been, but upon hearing her answers, he took to his computer and showed her the same information about Don. The children were next to meet him. It happened at the park when Don bought ice cream for several of the children present. We were able to verify this through the kids and 2 parents who gave him permission to buy their kids ice cream as well. One of the parents even had an extended conversation about current events with him. Out of the blue, the neighbors randomly asked the writer how long Don would be visiting. Evidently, Don had met them in their yard and accepted their invitation to come over for coffee. He introduced himself as the writer's old college friend, even shared a few stories from their university days, including how the writer used to have a nice car and was a player. The information turned out to be accurate and somewhat embarrassing for the writer. Finally, the mailman told the writer's wife that Don had offered him a bottle of water the previous day. That's when the writer called us. We conducted a complete investigation with no results. So we performed a second investigation in the home with the writer present, and that time we got some rather strange results. We all heard Don call the writer's name from the computer room. We got anomalous readings on the Mel meter, as well as fluctuations in temperature. At one point, we all smelled clove cigarettes, which is what Don smoked in the book, but nothing was conclusive. It continued for several months after we were notified, and we conducted 3 more investigations during that period. We interviewed everyone who reportedly had an experience with Don, but everything came back to an abrupt end when the writer killed off Don's character out of sheer desperation. When I was in high school, my friends and I used to go to Black Snake Road to race at night. It was in a rural area with little traffic, and we called it that because it had several hairpin turns. There was also a bridge and a set of train tracks that were exactly a half-mile apart. One night, I was the last to leave after the races. As I approached the bridge, I saw a soaking wet girl just standing there. So I stopped to ask if she was okay. She said her boyfriend crashed into the water and that he was still in the truck. I got out of my car and I ran down the embankment. It was only a shallow creek, and I saw no evidence of an accident. At the top of the bridge, I saw her standing next to my car, dripping wet and crying. There were no cell phones back then, so I offered to drive her home, thinking we could call the police from there. She agreed and directed me to her house. On the ride, she said her name was Sally, and she lived directly across the street from a small church. It was only a few minutes away from the bridge. As we pulled into the driveway, she asked me to go to the door and get her mother. I knocked at the dark house's door and felt a little uneasy. It was after midnight, and I knew that I must be waking every person in the house. After a few moments, an older woman answered the door, and I assumed she was Sally's grandmother. I told her everything that had happened, ending with Sally's request for her mother, and that's when things got even stranger. The lady said that Sally died over 30 years ago. She drowned when her boyfriend missed the bridge and flipped his truck, trapping her inside. Surprised, and not thinking clearly, I insisted that she come to my car. She put on her slippers and housecoat and went to the rolled-down passenger window. I hadn't rolled it down. My old Chevy Malibu had crank windows. They were a pain to use, and I couldn't reach the handle from the driver's seat. There was a puddle in the passenger seat, but no Sally. The lady asked me to walk across the road with her to the church's cemetery. She showed me Sally's grave. The incident started my 40-year pursuit of the paranormal. Since then, I've conducted investigations all over the world while serving in the military and still afterwards. Ghosts are real. When I was 7 years old, I lived in a relatively small town with people who were either older or younger than myself. There was also a very mean woman named Halia who constantly yelled at children. One November night, I suddenly woke up to the sound of my front door opening. My heart began to race. I knew I had locked the door before bed. Back then, I didn't know it was possible to pick a lock. Next, I heard two people talking. I couldn't tell what was being said, so I walked out of the bedroom and looked down the stairs. I could hear the conversation more clearly. They were saying things like how pathetic the town was, how stupid my family was for not hearing them break in. Then, in my 7-year-old stupidity, I gasped, and the intruders heard me. One of them looked up the stairwell and pointed his revolver at me. He asked what was wrong, if I was scared, and he laughed. I ran back to my room in a panic, and I locked the door. The men eventually fled, and thankfully, no one was harmed. When I awoke the next morning, the Sonic plushie I left on the couch was gone. To this day, that event still terrifies me, and if I hadn't hidden my room for the remainder of the night, my life would have probably been cut short. This was the only time I've ever experienced a break-in. Hopefully, it stays that way. Many years ago, I lived in an old house where there were several spooky encounters, and this was one of them. I once woke up in the middle of the night to see movement on my right. When I turned my head, I saw the dark silhouette of an arm sticking straight out of the bed. The hand was bent at the wrist, dangling its fingers fanned out and limp, and it was slowly waving back and forth. I assumed it was only my wife. I thought she was dreaming. I watched, somewhat disturbed by the strange behavior and motion. Finally, I reached out to gently grab her arm and wake her up. But to my surprise, I grabbed nothing but air. The silhouette faded away, leaving me confused and frightened. I called out my wife's name. She gave me a groggy reply. I felt around the top of the covers and found both of her arms were completely underneath. It took quite a while to fall back asleep. On another occasion, my wife woke up to see what she thought to be my silhouette sitting next to her. She asked what I was doing, which woke me up. But I was too groggy to respond at first. When she finally heard my voice coming from the pillow, instead of the figure next to her, she was similarly frightened. Quite a few things happened in that house. The horror of Gladstone Villa is that there was more than one ghost there, and it was meant for one family. This was a genuine experience that even convinced a skeptic and a non-believer, so it's worth a look, and it needs to be documented and shared with others. You may research this. What the family experienced defied rational explanation, such as very mild poltergeist activity, like lights going off and on, electrical cables being pulled by unseen forces. And there was the occasional sighting, but this was very rare. All of this occurred in the former mining town of Bargoed, in the Caerphilly County borough of the South Wales Valleys. All from 1969 to June 1978.
Bill Higgs and his wife Rita moved into Gladstone Villa with their only daughter Caroline sometime back in 1960. Everything was fine, no incidents at all. Caroline left school in 1965 and got a job in the bakehouse in Baldwin Street. Days regular. It was at the bakehouse that she met Douglas Dexter. He was from the neighboring village of Arbor Bargoid. He was nights regular, but he often stayed behind to make a cup of tea for Caroline. They started dating and were together for 3 years before they got married, April 1968. They didn't get their own place. They lived at Gladstone Villa with Bill and Rita. Douglas and Caroline's son was born August 1969, and it was soon after this that things started to happen. Caroline said it all started off in the attic. The family were all downstairs when they heard what sounded like someone jumping on the landing from the ceiling. They looked to see what was going on, naturally thinking it was a break-in. But when they reached the top of the landing, nobody was there, but the hatch to the attic, it was open. From that day on, the odd activity continued on a daily basis, and whatever it was eventually occupied itself in the master bedroom, which incidentally belonged to Bill and Rita. Noises like loud bangs and dragging sounds could be heard. Footsteps were heard in the bedroom every evening, sometimes during the day when the family would be downstairs watching TV. Bill would turn the volume down to hear it more clearly. Caroline said that on one occasion, she went up to her son Andrew's cot to find the pillow torn in half. Bill would record the noises with his tape recorder, and once he played it back, he heard the sound of an ambulance pulling up outside, but there was no ambulance. A warning. Soon after this, Andrew was in the Cardiff Hotel, in an oxygen tent. He, of course, recovered from this. A priest was called to Gladstone Villa. He blessed the property, and after a few short prayers, he duly left. But before he left, he parted with these words: "Watch the baby." As Andrew got older, he too witnessed the poltergeist activity for himself. He saw the cables being pulled by unseen forces. It all got so bad that the family slept downstairs with the lights on. Only Bill was supposedly brave enough to sleep in that particular room. One time he had a rather frightening experience in there. He was lying on the bed, and then he couldn't move, not even shout out for his family to help him. This could have very well been sleep paralysis, but he said later that he felt something in the room with him. A medium was called to Gladstone Villa. He asked the family questions, and then he began to challenge the spirit by knocking on the ceiling, and it immediately knocked back at him. At some point, he went into a trance to try to make contact, but he failed to get a name. He later said that there was a presence there, and that it was an earthbound spirit. It had unfinished business, something that it didn't do in life. There were a few more sightings. One evening, the family was watching TV. Carolyn just so happened to look to her left. She saw the full-bodied figure of a monk standing behind the sofa near the doorway. She later described it in detail as a monk in typical brown habit, complete with a hood over the head. The family left Gladstone Villa in June 1978, and 2 local businessmen bought the property. It eventually became Red's Park Hotel. Andrew had his 40th birthday there for old time's sake, and it was the staff who told Andrew that they too had experienced things there. Andrew did a thorough research into the history of Gladstone Villa and the area. He found out from local librarians that Gladstone Villa dated back to the 1900s, and a monastery was close by. This explains the monk that Carolyn saw. This is a true story. family has two people, me and my mother. My mother is a teacher and she teaches literature in high school. I was still in middle school when this happened. Usually after a stressful day, my mother would go to her friends. At about 2 a.m., she came home, reeking of beer. On the account of her wearing nice clothes, she wanted me to take pictures for her. The front of my house is mostly a large glass door, with iron bars crossed to make a frame. She modeled in front of the door. After a while, I reviewed what I had just taken. Everything seemed normal. Until one picture, I noticed something strange. There's a white streak behind the glass door, next to my mother's face. I try to take a closer look. Unmistakable. It's a face. A white face. With two black eyes, looking straight into the camera in a creepy way. So black that it seems to be just an eye socket and a toothless, wide mouth. Everything seems to be twisted into the center of the face. I have a feeling that this is not something that should exist, like I just saw something I shouldn't have, but it's clearly appearing right in front of my eyes. I started to feel cold. The more I looked, the more scared I became. My mother noticed, and she wanted to see what I had just took. I told her that there was something behind the door. She yelled at me, called me nonsense. But I know my eyes don't deceive me. And of course, her reaction confirmed everything. Her face darkened. She immediately sobered up, told me to remember to close and lock the door, turn off all the lights, and then she told me to go to my bedroom. She also immediately entered her room and closed the door. The next day, I checked the camera again. I couldn't find the picture. Maybe she deleted it. Since then, she and I haven't talked about it. It's been on my mind for so many years. I really wanted to tell someone. It's probably crazy enough not to believe, but I know I haven't lost my mind. I know what I saw. Even my imagination is not an element here, because she saw it too. My family doesn't worship or anything, and I'm not superstitious, nor do I believe in ghosts, but it was an event that 8 years later, I still can't forget. I work at a daycare, and I've never once thought something weird was going on. Today was different. I came back from my break, and the other teacher in my room told me that one of the kids was sleepwalking, which they've never done before. I thought it was weird, but laughed it off. Throughout the rest of nap time, an hour, 5 different kids screamed in their sleep, randomly, which never happens. And then one of the kids that sleeps the longest and sleeps like a rock sits up in their bed and was staring at the ceiling, wall, wide-eyed and smiling. The kid then puts their hands up like they want to be picked up and says something. Unfortunately, we weren't close enough to hear what they said. My coworker laid the kid back down, and for 5 minutes, the kid stared at the same spot, still wide-eyed and smiling, and then went back to sleep. I keep thinking about the kid putting their hands up, and it's freaking me out. Does anyone know what could have caused all of this? Okay, so I've been kind of seeing this girl from work, on and off for maybe a little over a month. It's still kind of early and we haven't defined anything about our relationship, but we do go out, or at least communicate in person a few times a week. We're in different departments, so I don't get to see her as much as I'd like. When we get the chance to be alone, I like to seize the opportunity. So, we went to a local festival and met up with some friends. All was fine in the beginning of the night. Then, when I went to get her something to drink from one of those vendors, I took notice to her talking to a guy. I'm not so insecure that this bugged me.
but I did walk over and make my presence known. She introduced me to the guy whom she'd just met, and he didn't even acknowledge my existence. He just looked at her and said it was nice to meet her, and then walked away, basically shunning me with his eyes. After she got tired of the festival, she asked me to take her to get something to eat. We went over to this bar and grill type establishment where we met up with another couple that we work with. Lo and behold, as soon as we get our drinks, this same guy walks in. He sits at the bar in a seat that was really close to her. She was also able to confirm that it was the same guy. Now, I feel bad about this because the two that we met up with had made a few jokes at this guy's expense, but it seemed to be based more in nerves rather than trying to humiliate the guy. We made one final stop for the night after eating, and that was to get feminine hygiene products for her. As we were shopping at the pharmacy, the exact same dude walks in, but this time, he gives me a very menacing smile. Dude gave me total serial killer vibes. As she's looking for her tampons, I'm like an aisle over looking at magazines. He just came right up behind me and stared. Tried to keep my cool and play it off as best as I could. When he started making me feel sufficiently uncomfortable, I started making my way over to her. After she checks out, we both leave and he decides that he's done shopping. I knew at this point that this guy was following us. 3 times isn't a coincidence. She had made mention that he was following behind us. I held her wrist and guided her over to my vehicle. As I'm unlocking the car, he approaches her and says, I couldn't believe what I actually just heard. She assured him that she was in no danger. I hate having to say this, but I figured this guy wouldn't take a hint without me being direct. I told him to leave her alone and to go away. He once again made no eye contact with me and just looked at her. He looked at her almost like trying to look into her soul and said, He grabbed her by the wrist and tried pulling her closer to him. She pulled back, but he didn't let up. I stepped between them and shoved him backwards. He bit his bottom lip, like he was so enraged in such an instant. He lunged at me, but I caught him before he could make contact, and I knocked him to the ground. He reached into his pocket, which is where I stopped playing around entirely and kicked the crap out of him with one kick while he was on the ground. I got in the car and we got the hell out of there. I drove to my house where she stayed with me that night. I didn't want to drive her to her house and risk this creepy individual following her there. I felt better with her at my place. She mentioned wanting to file a police report, though neither of us have done this yet. She is okay. She was shaken up, but she seems to be holding up fine. I'd like to think that this guy had no malicious intent. I'd like to think that he was actually looking out for her safety, and maybe he was reaching into his pocket for a cell phone or something. I'm not an idiot, though. This guy seemed to have some serious problems, and for the record, I don't in any way condone violence of any kind, but I think in this case, it was justifiable. When it comes to protecting someone like her, I'm not taking any chances. So to give some background information, I'm spiritual. If you don't know what that is, spirituality involves the recognition of a feeling or sense or belief that there's something greater than myself, something more to being human than the sensory experience. I believe in souls, spirit guides, reincarnation, etc. My friend is a medium and can connect with the spirit guides and also ghosts and souls. My friend and I were hanging out at her place. We had the house to ourselves and decided to do a session. She was doing a session on me, and I asked normal questions like, what's my future like, so on, until I asked a question about one of my friends. This friend of mine has some trouble.
He's been battling depression, anxiety, some other things. I asked if we could try and connect with her spirit guides and ask what was happening with her. We tried that. Bad idea. My friend who was doing this session had her eyes closed, was holding my hand, and her face started to twitch in an uncomfortable way. But I didn't want to disturb her, so I said nothing. Suddenly, the room we were in had this weird vibe, an unwelcoming vibe, just a very unpleasant vibe. She suddenly stood up from the couch that we were sitting on. She went to grab some incense and started saying, "You're not welcome here. Get out of my house." I've never experienced anything like this, as I was new to all of this at the time. Suddenly, this terrible feeling rushes to me. I don't know how to describe it. I think anyone that's met a ghost or soul knows what I'm talking about. The best way I can put it is trapped. I felt trapped. No matter where I went in the room, I felt trapped and small, like I was someone's prey, like I was being watched. Thankfully, my friend got this ghost or soul out of the house, and we sat down to talk about what had just happened. My friend told me that this is what's called a clinging spirit. It's a spirit that feeds on negativity and sadness, or in my friend's case, her depression and anxiety. My friend told me what she saw afterward. To understand this, you need to understand the floor plan a bit. So right as you enter the house, there's a staircase that goes upstairs. On the right is the kitchen. On the left is the living room, which is where we were. Neither of these rooms has doors in it. It's just the wall with a hole. The living room couch is at the opposite end of the entryway, so you have a full view from there. My friend said in the doorway, she saw this tall, skinny, black goo. It had no face, but had the shape of a woman's body. The moment it appeared in the doorway, it started screaming at my friend, like a very loud, painful screaming, a horror movie scream. The moment she opened her eyes, the ghost wasn't there, but the feeling of its presence was. That's also what I felt. After all this happened, we called my friend's mom and sister, and we slept in the guest room, as we were too afraid to go upstairs to my friend's bedroom. So this happened a few years ago. Me and my younger sister were walking our dog, and we were walking in a kind of sketchy part of our neighborhood. I know it pretty well, so I didn't feel unsafe at the time. However, as me and my sister were walking down a street that connected to some back paths in the neighborhood, this old white truck with a guy probably in his 40s drove past the street, looked at us, then backed up, and slowly drove down the street that we were on. He parked right in front of the path that we had to walk down to get out of that street. He kept staring at us as we walked down the street. I began to get more worried, as me and my sister were quite young at the time. We were probably around 10 and 12. I had watched a few true crime shows at the time, so I knew not to go anywhere near him. We ended up walking in a ditch by the paths, because I figured this was safer than walking up on the street because cars couldn't go down the paths. We ended up being okay, and thankfully, he didn't follow us after we got on the path. To this day, it still freaks me out because we were so young, and who knew what he wanted to do. This happened the summer of my sophomore year of college, when I was 20. I'd stayed in the area rather than going home for the summer with some of my roommates. Being that I was in a relatively safe area, Santa Barbara, California, I went out for a 4-mile run after dark. About halfway through the run, I noticed someone biking behind me, so I occasionally glanced back to check on them. I was on a relatively main road at this point, so luckily, for the most part,
I wasn't alone with this guy. I only made 2 turns that he copied me on, so I wasn't convinced at this point that he was following me. The thing that freaked me out, though, was he was matching my pace perfectly. And keep in mind, I'm not a fast runner. A bike should easily surpass my pace. So I finally got to a point about half a mile away from my apartment where I'll have to turn off the main road to get home. I decided to play it safe. Nothing like this has happened to me before. And I go into a gas station to call a roommate to pick me up. I was nearly hyperventilating at this point, so it was even more comforting that I recognized the cashier who went to my college. Thankfully, my roommate answered and was a short drive away, so he headed straight over. When I walked out of the gas station, I noticed the biker standing by his bike on the corner opposite the gas station. And as soon as I got into the car, he jumped on his bike and pedaled off. So I have a story that happened to me a few nights ago. I couldn't sleep, so I was still awake at 3 a.m. watching movies on Netflix. Then all of a sudden, I heard a loud scream. At first, I thought it was my neighbors, so I opened the blinds and the window to see what was going on. I couldn't see anything, only the other houses and cars. The screaming went on for 5 minutes, and I thought maybe it was a fox, but not quite. The screaming was too distorted to be an animal. I looked a little closer down towards the woods when I saw it. It looked like a fox, but it didn't have a tail and had almost human-like eyes. As soon as I spotted it, it spotted me. It let out one last scream before it went back into the woods. I instantly ran down to my door to get my cat inside because I wasn't sure if it would be back or not, and I didn't want him to get hurt. Not even an hour later, the screaming was back, only this time it was closer and louder. I looked out my window again, and there it was, sitting in the field, looking up at my window. It just stared at me, and I stared back. It sat there for 10 minutes before it heard a car and scattered off back into the woods. This morning, I asked my parents if they heard it, but none of them did. I have a feeling it will be back tonight, so I'm going to wait and see if it will be, and I'll be making sure to keep my cat inside. I don't know what it was, but I hope it never comes back again. Update. It came back again last night. It always seems to come at 3 a.m. and scream outside my window. It wasn't alone this time. It had friends. I don't know what it wants, but I know it can't be good. I'm just glad that I'm in a 3-story building, and I pray that it can't climb walls. More than 20 years ago, my then wife and I took a trip to Savannah. We stayed in a bed and breakfast that was comprised of 2 large townhouses, separated by a beautiful, lush garden. The innkeeper told us stories of strange happenings that occurred in the building. Of course, just about every bed and breakfast is quote-unquote haunted, as that tends to increase the appeal with the kind of person who likes to stay there, myself included. The inn was built in the 19th century, and it sits in the beautiful historic district, close to Forsyth Park. Savannah is supposedly a very haunted city, with ghost tours and ghost stories galore. If you spend time there among the old houses and moss-draped trees, it's easy to start seeing ghosts. The inn is beautiful, and thinking back, it might have been the second time that we stayed there. It's my favorite place in Savannah, and it was always a wonderful experience. The staff was very friendly and professional. I don't necessarily enjoy chatting with other guests, but I do like to talk to the staff. The room that we were staying in had a little balcony overlooking the street. We went out there after dinner, and within 30 seconds, a very large flying beetle smacked right into my forehead. Okay, time to go inside. We didn't experience anything ghostly or unusual at all that evening. But the next morning, the bathroom had a nice clawfoot tub with a shower curtain around it. I was showering the next morning in the tub, and when I stepped out, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror, and my heart almost leapt out of my chest. The mirror over the bathroom sink was covered with a light coating of condensation, but I could still see my face clearly reflected. The odd thing was that my eyes appeared almost completely black. The effect was, for lack of a better word, demonic. It was my face, but the eyes were downright terrifying. When I overcame my initial shock, I took a closer look in the mirror. I figured out that although the features of my face were reflected accurately, for some reason the pupils of my eyes were hugely magnified, so that in the reflection, they appeared to fill the entire diameter of each eye. The effect was really frightening. I examined my reflection, trying to determine why this was happening, but I couldn't. I didn't, and I still don't understand how this worked. I've never seen it before. It's never happened again. I called my wife in to show her and observed the same thing happening with her eyes. I guess this might not be a real ghost story, but it was really strange and inexplicable. I wish I had a photograph of the effect, but I do not. Has anyone ever experienced anything like that? Summer of 2022. I'm a cadet, and we had to stay in this old army base. Can't give the location, obviously. And this happened about a week in. One night, I had to pee really bad. Basically, my dorm was at the very bottom of this long hall. As I entered the toilet, I began to feel very uncomfortable, like someone was watching me. I went into the nearest stall and I did my business. I went over to the sink to wash my hands. I heard the door slam at the other end of the toilets, but I brushed it off as one of my fellow cadets. But then, the door stall that I was just in slammed shut, and my heart was in my throat. There was no way that it could have been a gust of wind because it was relatively warm. I've never shared this story until now. Nothing can explain that night. Kids say the darndest things, right? Kindergarten teacher here. Earlier this month, the parent of a student contacted me about a death in the family. Her mother, the student's grandmother, she'd been living with them until she passed. The family took a week off, and they just returned late last week. On Monday, the student comes into class, completely exhausted. I kept him inside for recess, and he slept the whole time in our little reading nook. Before the kids got back in, I woke him up and asked how his weekend was and why he's so tired. The little boy tells me his grandma is keeping him awake at night. I ask if he's been having sad dreams that have been waking him up. Experiencing a close loss is traumatic for a child, and originally, I assumed and expected him to be a bit off after he returned. But he says it's not when he's dreaming. Before he's asleep, Grandma hides in his closet and calls out for him, calling his name and telling him to come play with her. He says it scares him, so he tries to stay as quiet as possible. I ask if it could be the sound of a TV in another room or loud neighbors, and he says no. He knows it's her because when he doesn't reply, she sometimes will poke her head out and either keeps calling for him or starts meowing like an old cat. My next question is, has he told his mom about this? He He said yes, but she doesn't believe that Grandma's hiding in the closet. I asked, why doesn't he just go to Mom's room when Grandma scares him? He says the closet is right next to his bedroom door, and he's afraid that she'll jump out and grab him if he tries to run. All my years as an undergrad, still paying off college debt, and I'm already running into problems I wasn't taught how to handle. So, next recess, he and I visit our school's guidance counselor. She's amazing with children and a seasoned vet when it comes to tackling tough situations. But even she was at a loss for words when he finished his story. She asked him to draw a picture of what he sees. She and I shared the same uneasy expression when his drawing was complete. After school, I called his mom to converse about the day. Speaking with his mom, she's well aware of her son's fears. She also told me that she's been hearing noises too, but doesn't want to scare her son by confirming his fears are real. She said that her next plan was to get in contact with their church, to get someone over there to bless the house. Until then, she's going to let him sleep in the living room this week. Guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow to see if Grandma pays another visit. Childcare workers. What's the darndest thing kids have ever told you? How would you handle this situation? So this morning, I was laying in bed in the process of accepting the day and getting ready, and I heard my bedroom door creak. I looked over, and I saw a very small, dimly lit face come through the door and come up to my side of the bed. I thought it was my son, who's 5, so I rolled over and was about to ask him what he wanted. The whole body was a shadow. The mouth, the nose, the eyes, they were the only parts that were illuminated. He held up a baby doll in one of those magic baby bottles right in front of his face and just stared at me. At this point, I knew it wasn't my son. And so I did what any grown woman would do. I put the covers over my head and rolled over to the other side of the bed. At that point, I felt the bed sink down, like the boy demon thing got into bed. So then I thought, okay, maybe it was my kid. And I looked over, and there was nothing. So at this point, I know I have to do a proper investigation and see if my kid was in his room. Sure enough, he's still in his room, tucked away, sound asleep. I also feel it's important to add that my son's door is messed up. He can't fully close it as it has to be finessed shut because the hinges are bent. So if he'd opened the door, I would have heard a noticeable noise, and if he closed it, it would have slammed. This also isn't the first time I've seen a shadow child try to get in my bed. I have about 3 other, slightly less interesting stories involving this possible spirit. Hey, so, look, my name and information aren't important, but I just went through something that really freaked me out, and I'm only trying to warn others who might fall for the same trick. I found an ad offering volunteers $100 a night to participate in a sleep experiment. That sounded like easy money I sorely need, so obviously I called the number. A research assistant asked me a series of questions about my sleep habits, seemed satisfied with my answers. No, I don't have trouble falling asleep or waking up at night. And no, I don't sleepwalk or talk. I'm just a sound sleeper with regular dreams. There's nothing abnormal to disclose. And that's exactly what they wanted to hear. For 5 nights, I would arrive at 10:15 p.m. and sleep from 11 to 5, at which point I was free to go. All the data they needed would be collected while I slept. Sounds pretty simple, right? Well, let me tell you about this shitstorm. The first night wasn't exactly fun, but it didn't make me want to quit. $500 was enough to pay my share of rent. Monday night, I followed the directions to find that the experiment was being conducted inside of a closed-down urgent care. It only seemed strange for a moment. I mean, most would classify this as a medical thing, but once inside, the staff was pleasantly reassuring. After greeting me at the door, a petite brunette ushered me through the waiting area, past a friendly receptionist and to a back room. There was a bed with a machine sitting next to it, and that was about it. I'm not sure what I expected. Other than various electrodes being attached to my head, but reality was a step up in that regard. The only thing that they attached were 2 tiny nodes onto my temples. As soon as they came into contact with my skin, the bedside monitor came to life with wavy lines. It meant nothing to me, but my escort, who said her name was Lucy, simply nodded in approval and took notes. I was ready to get in bed. I'd taken a mild sedative despite explicit instructions against them. I have a really hard time sleeping in strange beds, and this wasn't exactly the Ritz. I didn't want to get kicked out if I couldn't fall asleep. It's funny to think that's what I was worried about, all things considered. Before leaving, she explained the participants would be monitored from another room, but otherwise left in peace until 5 a.m. Sounded good to me. I hadn't seen or heard another soul since arriving, but I was taken to the room so quickly it didn't seem strange. I simply found comfort in being part of a group. I wasn't a person, just a number on a piece of paper, a statistic in a medical journal, and that's how I liked it. I fell asleep quickly and slept through the night without disturbance, but when I woke up, there was a man in my room. He seemed to be studying the monitor and jotting down notes, but the instant I opened my eyes, I could have sworn I caught him looking away in slight panic. And it sure didn't help that he resembled Jeffrey Dahmer. The guy left a few seconds later without ever saying a word. He wasn't even wearing a name tag. It was a bit creepy, but nothing that actually scared me. I figured, even if he was a perv, he couldn't do much more than stare, right? Anyway, I'm just going to call him Jeffrey, since I never actually learned his name, but we'll come back to him in a second. When I got home that morning, I crawled into bed for another hour's sleep, and I had an itch behind my left knee. While scratching, I felt what I thought was a mosquito bite and instantly forgot about it. Fast forward to the second night. Everything went exactly the same, down to Jeffrey being there when I woke. He was taking notes again, but standing noticeably closer. I said an awkward good morning, hoping to feel more at ease if we actually spoke, but a polite nod was his only reply as he shuffled out of the room. Any doubts I had about returning vanished when another $100 was placed into my hand, and I went home once again. This time, I had an itch behind my left knee while brushing my teeth, and it kinda hurt to scratch. The mosquito bite was larger, and it stung to the touch. It was annoying, but not concerning. I mean, who thinks twice about a mosquito bite? Sure, it was in a weird spot since I'd been wearing sweats, but stranger things have happened. Wednesday night. I arrived at the usual time, but I stayed in my car for a few extra minutes. I wanted to meet another guinea pig, just to drum up conversation, but I never saw a soul. I didn't want to risk my $100 by being late, so ultimately, I wound up right back in the same situation. And once again, woke up to Jeffrey's note-taking. This time, he was close enough for his leg to be touching the mattress. I gasped from the shock of proximity, and he quickly stepped away. When I received my $100 at the desk, I told the receptionist I would appreciate not waking up to the researcher hovering over me each morning. And her face went slack for a split second, before quickly regaining composure and explaining that she would be sure to handle the situation. That night, in the shower, I felt a horrible sting when the water hit the mosquito bite. It hurt far more than it should. and it was swollen to 3 times its original size. I didn't even take a shower. Instead, I got dressed and checked in the mirror before getting my roommate's opinion. We decided something bit me, just not a mosquito. I didn't connect it to the sleep study at all. Thursday was the worst. I didn't make it back for a Friday appointment, and I didn't take the usual sedatives either. I didn't like how drowsy I always was the next day, and it seemed reasonable to blame a handful of sleeping pills. But now I'm fairly certain that they weren't the only things in my system. That night, Lucy greeted me as usual, but there was a new receptionist. The one that I spoke to was nowhere to be seen. I couldn't just go to sleep without knowing someone had put a stop to Jeffrey, so I told Lucy everything. She seemed genuinely empathetic and remorseful. Apparently, she was under the impression her director called me personally, or she would have informed me that Jeffrey's dismissal was immediate. He wasn't allowed to be in the rooms unless there was a medical emergency. His only job was to monitor the security footage and collect the data from our rooms after departure, not before we even wake up. This information both mortified and relieved me. On one hand, it was over, and I wasn't crazy. But on the other, what exactly had his endgame been? And what exactly was he doing while I slept? I pushed those questions far from my mind and forced myself into bed knowing I was at least safe now. It took much longer to fall asleep, but eventually I drifted into a dream about Taco Bell. Whatever, not important, don't judge me. I was sitting in my car, eating a quesadilla, when a man suddenly climbed into the passenger seat. The stranger frightened me, but I was also alarmed by the sound. Imagine that you're getting into a car. Think of how the door sounds as you open and close it. Now imagine that you've just gotten home and you're walking through your front door. There's a distinct difference, isn't there? What I heard in my dream was the sound of a front door, only it was actually the door to my room. I realized my quesadilla was only a dream and began to wake at the sound of a familiar voice, Lucy's. She was telling someone to stop being a baby. She told them the mixture was definitely right this time, that the AA study group results confirmed it. She promised this was the last round. I wanted to believe I was still dreaming, even though my heart was beating through my ribs like a drummer on ecstasy, which is super uncomfortable, for the record. I didn't so much as decide what to do, as I acted out of sheer instinct thanks to some kind of autopilot self-preservation power. First, I started to moan and roll over. Lucy instantly fell silent, and I could feel her tension as she waited, breath held. I didn't want them to know that I heard anything, but I also didn't want them to think I was fully asleep. I counted to 10 before grunting and rolling a little more, and thankfully, that made them nervous enough to leave the room. Though I'm sure they were only ducking out long enough for me to pass out again. There were no windows in the room. My only way out was the same door. I cracked it open just enough to spy Lucy and Jeffrey talking to the receptionist and another man that I had never seen before. Jeffrey's mere presence was enough to prove that something shady was going on with those people in their psychotic experiment. Hoping that no one else was in the building, I sprang from my room, down the hall, and out the front door, where I saw 2 men circling my car, looking through the windows. Instead of running towards them, I ran down the street, knowing that I could make it to a gas station if I didn't lose my lead. From there, I called the police. They did check out the urgent care, but it was completely empty. No people, no machines, just my car in an empty parking lot. Seriously, though, what were those people doing? What the hell were they really testing on me? My parents recently told me that I talked to ghosts between the ages of 4 and 5. I always spoke to a man standing in front of my window. and when I was asked who I was talking to, I answered George. I have no memory of what I would talk about, but my parents, they were close to Mr. Todd, the old man who lived next door. Mom eventually learned that the man who owned the house before us was named George, and Mr. Todd said he spent most of his days staring out the bedroom window. I've been told I was a very strange child, and this isn't the only ghost I spoke with. My parents said that I also talked to a man on top of the wardrobe, but unfortunately, I haven't been told as much about this one. It's always overshadowed by George. I would discuss having a past life and regularly bring up my other family. I feel like I had a past life in the World War I, World War II era. My brother, who is 7 years older, said I once started singing an old war song that no one else had ever heard before. As a believer in past lives, I'm fascinated to have my own experience, but frustrated to be limited by my young memory. My name is Alex, and I want to share an encounter I had. In October 2021, my girlfriend and I bought a small 2-bedroom apartment for ourselves and daughter. Before moving in, we had to do some renovations like replacing the floors and painting. It was mid-November when we finally finished and moved in. It's on the first floor of a big block, and it may be small, but it's also cozy. The front door enters into a small hallway. Directly across is my daughter's room. To the left are 3 doors: the master bedroom, the toilet, and the bathroom. Next to the front door is a small window with a mirror on the left, along with the living dining room and kitchen. Obviously, when you try to renovate in a rushed timeline, not everything's going to be completely finished when you move in. The door to the living room or dining room wasn't done, so we removed it until we could paint it. We feel safer with our bedroom door open in case our daughter wakes up or has a bad dream. Since I sleep on the side of the bed nearest the door, I can see down the hallway and into that mirror. One night, I woke up around 2 a.m., and in the mirror, I saw the bathroom light was on. Since my girlfriend was still laying next to me, I thought one of us simply forgot to turn it off before bed, and thought no more of it. The following morning, I went to the toilet, and as I sat with the door slightly ajar, I looked into the mirror and saw something move in the bathroom. The door was slightly cracked, so I thought it was one of our cats. As I walked out of the room, I looked in the mirror again, and I saw a figure through the crack in the door. That's when my heart started racing and pounding. I shook my head, trying to brush it off, and I slowly moved to the bathroom door. At the exact moment I reached to open it, I saw my 2 cats were suddenly sitting next to me, and I almost jumped through the ceiling. I scratched their heads, but they didn't ask for more attention like they normally do. Instead, they just stared blankly at the bathroom door. That's when I paused to look in the mirror again, and I saw a face looking at me through the crack in the door. I rubbed my eyes, turned my head towards the door, and gave it a hard, fast push. When it opened, there was a double of myself standing inside, looking at the bathroom sink and mirror. I fully froze at that moment. I couldn't move, speak, or yell, and my heart was racing. I tried to leave or close my eyes, hoping it was all a dream, but I couldn't do anything. Then it turned towards me and said, "Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing the right thing, for now." When it finished speaking, I could suddenly close my eyes, and when I opened them, it was gone. I quickly turned out the lights, closed the door, and took the cats to bed where we could try to get some sleep. Somehow, the alarm clock still read 2 a.m., and I woke up with my girlfriend at 7. I didn't tell her about this encounter because it could have just been a nightmare. In the past, I've visited a sleeping clinic because I dream a lot, and I always feel tired after waking up, even if I've slept for several hours. Anyways, we did our morning routine, and as we drove our little girl to school, I realized my experience wasn't a dream. I knew it really happened when my girlfriend asked if I left the bathroom light on again. I looked at her, my face pale, and just nodded. I didn't tell her anything because I don't want her to think I'm crazy. For the record, I didn't take any medication or drink any alcohol. But yeah, that was my first encounter. A few weeks later, I came home around 10:30 after working the late shift, and everyone was already asleep. As usual, my dinner was in the microwave, and I played some video games while watching YouTube. At 12:30, I went to bed, but first I checked on our daughter and gave her a kiss. I laid next to my girlfriend and fell asleep almost instantly. I was sleeping pretty well until 4, when I woke up facing away from the door, with my arm around my girlfriend. I kissed her head before rolling over, and that's when I realized there was a light on in the living room. Not thinking much of it, I went to the toilet and heard a sound coming from the kitchen. My heart started pounding again, and I remembered the previous incident for the first time since it happened. I instantly knew it wasn't one of the cats, because they were both lying at the foot of our bed. A broom was the first thing that I could get my hands on, and I went with it. I crept to the kitchen, ready to attack. When I came around the table, I was ready to swing my broom like a champ. But I stopped immediately upon realizing my girlfriend was standing there, fully dressed for work, and shaking me because I was practically attacking her. She looked scared and asked if everything was okay. I touched her to see if she was real, and she was. I asked why she was up in the middle of the night, but she looked confused and said that she was getting ready for work. I ran to the bedroom to look at who I kissed, but the bed was empty. She followed me and asked what I was doing, so I told her. It freaked her out. She'd woken up before me, so nobody else was in the bed when I thought I kissed her. But I'm still certain that something or someone was lying next to me, and she looked exactly like my girlfriend. Nothing like this has happened since, but sometimes it feels like someone is on my terrace, or when I'm wearing headphones and everyone is asleep, I still hear my name being called. So yeah, this is a little story of mine, and one of many reasons I'm into such things. Thanks for reading, and stay safe, people. You never know what can happen at night. I've been debating on whether or not to share this story since I don't really know what to make of it, but here goes nothing. About a week ago, I was in bed. It was the middle of the night, and an older woman was holding my hand. I didn't know her, and I couldn't see the rest of her, but her hand was slightly bigger. Granted, that doesn't say much considering I shop for gloves in the kids section. Anyway, her skin was soft but loose and wrinkled with age. Despite being unable to see the rest of her, I inherently knew that I didn't know her. Our fingers were interlaced, and her grip was firm but not threatening. Not particularly comforting or soothing either. It was more like a solid, "Hey, I'm here." In my semi-conscious state, the rational part of my brain tried to make sense of it. I lived alone, so an unknown, older woman holding my hand while I slept didn't exactly compute. Eventually, my brain decided "Oh, that's that stuffed moose that you got in Wyoming. Your fingers are woven among the antlers." Then my subconscious was like, "Yeah, cool, that makes sense." And I promptly fell back into a deep sleep. Daylight brings clarity. I do not have, and I have never had, a stuffed moose. So, did I have a dream within a dream? Or was someone holding my hand? If it was the latter, then who was it and why? I know in my gut that this experience was real. I've had others, but not like this. My friend suggested it could be someone who was just letting me know that I'm not alone for the turbulent times ahead. Maybe she was a relative that I'd just never met. Or maybe she was a previous tenant. Who knows? What do you guys think? Any similar experiences? This happened when I was a little girl, staying at a friend's house for my first sleepover, and way before I knew about ghostly things. My friend lived with her grandparents in the country. They had an old one-story brick house, 5 bedrooms and a big playroom. They had a lot of antique things, like glass cabinets, old china, a piano, and those weird porcelain baby dolls. She always told me stories about her house being haunted, but I didn't believe her. I thought she was just trying to scare me. It was almost dark when her grandparents went to town for groceries, leaving us and my friend's older brother behind. We started playing hide and seek, and it was my turn to count. I could hear them rummaging around and giggling in her room, so I went that way first. I was talking loud and looking in obvious places to throw her off when, from the corner of my eye, I saw her run into a room that I hadn't checked yet. The door was ajar, so I crept in. It was the piano room. I could see someone crouched down behind the piano, so I worked my way around it, hoping to scare her, when I suddenly heard her and her brother calling for me. Confused, I stepped out to see both of them standing in the living room, asking if I planned to look for them. I explained how I thought she ran into the piano room, and both of their smiles instantly faded as they said, "We don't go in there. That's her room." Then they explained that the house had been around for generations. When their grandmother was a child, she had a younger sister who had been in an accident in the barn. She'd been messing with the cattle, and she died in that room when they brought her inside to tend to her wounds. I said I didn't believe them, that there was no way. They were just trying to scare me. Ghosts aren't real. The piano room door slammed shut, and you could hear a low tune playing. The brother said that that kind of thing always happened, and there was nothing to be afraid of. She just likes to play, but she always tries to scare new people. I didn't stick around to see anything else. As soon as her grandparents returned, I asked to go home. My friend explained what happened, and her grandmother said that there was nothing to worry about, that her sister just liked playing with kids. She also told her sister to knock it off because she was scaring me. Convinced that they were all insane, I called my mom and I went home, telling my friend that I'm sorry for not staying. 2 or 3 years later, the house randomly caught on fire when nobody was there. The whole house was destroyed, but they couldn't find the cause. The firemen said that it started in the piano room and blamed faulty wires, but the grandmother was sure her sister did it because they were thinking about selling the house. I guess it made the little girl mad. I still don't believe in the paranormal, but I know someone was in that room, and I can't think of a logical explanation.
This happened a few months ago. Me and my friends were messing around in a forest near our houses. We were walking through it, and my friend shouted out that he saw a figure in there, pointing to a drainage tunnel. We messed around by throwing rocks at the tunnel, and then we went on. We saw there was a pathway with a dead end to the left, but there was a small space to jump to. You just had to take a right. My friend and I were talking, and we saw our other friend jump to the left where the dead end was. But when we looked, he wasn't there. We walked the entire forest 4 times. We were talking to each other, calling out for our friend. We'd made our way back to the entrance, and we saw our friend walking toward the exit. When we caught up to him, he said that he had heard us talking and bickering, following our voices, but we were at the other end. There was another weird part. When we were walking the 3rd time, one of the bushes started shaking profusely for about 4 seconds. I don't know. Some sort of mimic or other dimensions.
For as long as I can remember, I've had an interest in the spiritual world and thought it would be cool to communicate with the dead. Back in 2014, my mom was browsing the local Facebook buying and selling group. She came across someone selling a used Ouija board. It caught her attention because it was glow-in-the-dark, limited edition, so she bought it for me. She played with one as a child and thought that I would enjoy it too. It was a stormy, gloomy, almost spooky day when the seller brought us the board. As soon as I saw it, I got a bad vibe. Once the guy left, I told my mom I didn't feel safe using it. I wanted to do some research first. She was surprised at my reaction, considering how interested I'd been in playing with it. But I ended up watching YouTube videos and hearing some pretty bad stories. They made me feel even more uncomfortable about trying it. Ultimately, Mom boxed it up and left it on our porch. It stayed there for many years. This brings us to spring of 2022. By now, I'd gotten really interested in the paranormal. I knew a lot more about Ouija boards, especially how dangerous they could be. I reached out to my mom and asked if she remembered the board from years ago. I advised her to get rid of it, saying that it could bring bad luck and negative energy. It's weird, because since moving to this house in 2014, we hadn't had a lot of good experiences. But apparently, she'd gotten rid of it the last time she reorganized the porch. Now, let's fast forward a little more. I go to school in a different part of the country, but return to my mom's house each summer. Once home, I started hearing strange stuff in my bedroom, like whispering. I thought it was just the air conditioner, but it honestly sounded like voices, and I'd never heard anything similar until that summer. I also sensed the Ouija board was still in the house. I went looking for it, and I eventually found the Ouija box, tucked away in a clear storage bin, so I grabbed it and took it to my mom. As we looked in the box, we noticed it was different. The board in the box looked like new. When we opened it, the planchette was still in its own separate wrap. This was not how we remembered the board. When Mom got it from the guy, it had been used. The box had some wear and tear, and the planchette wasn't wrapped in anything. At this point, we're both weirded out and just wanted it out of the house. I'd heard that Ouija boards could come back and change if not disposed of properly. For the time being, we put it in the backyard until we could figure out how to get rid of it. It was finally out of the house, but leaving it on our property wasn't a smart move. Bad things started happening. My father got into a minor car accident, the first one of his entire life. Our basement flooded with town sewage. Nasty, I know. Before this, our basement had only gotten wet once, when someone left the window open during a storm. When a handyman came over, the guy almost fell through our basement stairs. He wasn't hurt, but it really scared Mom. She ended up getting the stairs replaced, even though it was very expensive. Then the scariest thing of all happened to Dad. There was a big fire in his apartment building. Multiple units were destroyed, including one right above him. Thankfully, no one was injured, but his unit did suffer some water damage, so he was forced to move out. It would take at least 6 months for renovations. The final incident happened while the Ouija board was still in the backyard. Mom and I noticed that we didn't have any hot water, so we went to the basement. We discovered the water heater wasn't working. We tried to reset it, but we couldn't get it back on. A repairman came to check it out, and he said that the unit had overheated. Fortunately, there was a safety setting that had shut it off before getting dangerously hot. He then explained that the water heater's thermostat was faulty. Otherwise, it would have never gotten that hot. If the safety switch hadn't shut it off, it could have blown up. We were lucky. One thing I noticed is that even with all of these close calls, no one was harmed. It was almost as if someone or something was watching out for us. After the last thing happened with the hot water heater, Mom and I agreed that the Ouija board had to go. It was bringing us bad luck, and we worried that things could only get worse. Even my dad was having bad luck, but my parents were divorced, and he'd never lived in that house. Mom decided to take it to the town dump. She separated the board and the planchette so she could toss them in 2 separate garbage bins. As she was driving to the dump, she noticed something odd at the neighbor's house. There was a vintage hearse from the 70s parked in the driveway. She texted me about it. I agreed it was weird, but people do buy old hearse sometimes. Mom then disposed of the Ouija board and returned home. On her way back, she drove past the neighbor's house and noticed the hearse was gone. There was only a dumpster that had been sitting in the driveway. Mom had never seen a hearse in the neighbor's driveway before that day. She hasn't seen one since. It's also worth noting that the driveway was too short for both a hearse and a dumpster to be parked there at the same time. Later that week, Mom and I were at Barnes & Noble, decided to have a coffee at their Starbucks. Guess what we saw when we dropped off our serving tray? Tucked away near the milk and sugar was a Ouija board. I know they sell them at Barnes & Noble, and I guess someone could have just left it there, but it still freaked us out. This is a story about an old house in a rural part of central Massachusetts. The house was originally half of a hotel. The other half was nearby. For some reason, that always perplexed me. The 2 halves were separated. It was one huge 3-story Victorian structure with wide porches. My parents were friends with the homeowners, and they would host big parties, and the mother would sing and play the piano. And there were always lots of kids. We ran around while the adults socialized. Of course, this was over 40 years ago, so my memories of the house are vague. I remember the house had more rooms than the family could ever use. On the 3rd floor were several hotel rooms, still largely unchanged since it was in operation. The owners openly talked about the house being haunted, and I was always fascinated by their stories. Odd things would happen, such as finding the phone receiver out of its cradle, or sometimes light bulbs went missing, unscrewed from the socket and spirited away. The incident that left the deepest impression supposedly happened to the mother. One afternoon, she was vacuuming on the 3rd floor when she turned to see a man standing in the room, motionless and staring. He wore a gray suit, wire-rimmed glasses. He never spoke. He just stood there, staring. Caught off guard and flustered, she said the first thing that came to mind. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" He vanished before her eyes. I never understood why someone would offer a cup of coffee to an apparition, but my mother explained it as being aware of a presence. She felt it was benevolent and wanted it to feel welcome. Sorry, there isn't more to share. I wonder if the house is still there today. I've never had any experiences that I can definitively call paranormal, but this one shook me to the core. It happened a few months ago, but I remember it vividly. At roughly 1:30 a.m. on September 7th, I was alone in my room and the only one still awake in the house. I was talking to my girlfriend. She and I sleep together on the phone every night, and everything was completely normal. The only light was the phone screen directly in front of me. My room is always pitch black with the lights off, so it wasn't scary. That's not what spooked me. As my girlfriend told me about her day at work, I heard a very low voice say something. It originated near my door, and it was almost a whisper. I couldn't understand the words, but I could tell it was speech. I asked my girlfriend to hold on and listened closely. At first, I thought it was my brother. His room is next to mine, but he was already asleep. He does the same routine before bed every night. He uses the restroom, turns off the hall light, closes his door, turns off his light. He'd finished his routine an hour before I heard someone speak, and the strange voice was too deep to be his anyway. My brother is 15. I know his pitch and what he sounds like through the walls. This wasn't him. I heard it as clearly as if it was standing in my room, right by the door. I tried using my flashlight to look without getting out of bed, but I didn't see anything. After looking around for a few minutes, I told my girlfriend we should go to sleep. The next morning, I woke up as usual, and nothing scary has happened since.
This happened like 15 years ago. It was school holidays, and my friend, who we'll call Sarah, and I were extremely bored and just wanted to chill. This was summertime. We lived in a small town called New Braunfels in Texas. Everything's kinda spread out. Anyway, it was around midnight and we didn't know where to go, so we just decided to go to the park. It's a little big. We were there for around an hour or so, nothing unusual, until we both saw someone or something crouched on a table. First off, a little weird someone else being in the same park at this time, but what's creepy as fuck is that this person was crouching on top of the fucking table. He wasn't even sitting on the bench. What really fucked me up, because I didn't look away, I kept looking closer. I noticed that there were wings. The body was completely human, but had fucking wings. The part that I'll never forget. All of a sudden, the most blood-curdling scream, like a woman being stabbed to death. But while sounding like a woman, it also sounded unhuman at the same time, like a scream that a normal person doesn't do, but a scream animals can't even make. Almost like those screams in a movie that a demon or something makes. Then it just stands up, and this fucker has to be about 8 feet tall, minimum. We both ran as fast as we could. Have you ever run to your lungs' max capacity? I ran until I had no air left in my lungs, and then I kept running until I had to slow down because I was coughing so much. We knocked on people's doors and kept getting threatened that they have guns and they'll shoot if we don't leave. We were literally locked outside with this thing. I kept looking into the sky because this thing reminded me of that movie, Jeepers Creepers. After about 20 minutes, the police show up and of course think that we're on drugs. But they wanted to let us go. I walked the rest of the way. I just lived a few blocks away. The police drove my friend home. There were 2 cops, a white cop and a Hispanic. When the Hispanic cop heard the story, he pretended like it was just made up. But the look on his face, it told me that he knows something about this thing, something his partner didn't know. I have PTSD now. I hate going outside alone at night, especially near parks or the woods. Weird people don't really scare cops. Animals don't really scare them. But you know, it felt like something much worse, having a cop lie, not being able to keep a straight face because of fear. Like I said, it's a story that happened and I remember clear as day, but a story that nobody believes. I moved to the U.S. for a postdoctoral fellowship in Baltimore, Maryland. This is a city where Black women regularly disappear. And recently, a serial killer named Joe Metheny was outed in Baltimore as feeding his victims at the local butcher shop he ran. This story happened to me in 2019. It's not related to Joe Metheny, who died in 2017. Compared to my home country, the weather on the U.S. East Coast is hot and muggy, so I used to dip out of the lab to take walks in a nearby park during office hours. I did this maybe 50 times, exploring the vast park and its river, its bottom piece and upper trails. It is not too secluded, and you could usually spot people jogging, which put me at ease. Nevertheless, it is Baltimore, and the crime is infamous. I had several hairy encounters in my time there. Ironically, more in Washington, D.C., which is about an hour away. Now, one day I'm sitting at the bottom of the local park in the sun. It's maybe 4 p.m., and I need to go back to work soon. Suddenly, I see a stranger in the distance. This is the first time that I've seen someone down here, as the bottom part is very secluded. But as I described above, you can spot joggers along the trails surrounding the bottom part, so it's not too isolated, in my opinion. But I immediately sense that something is very wrong. He's staring at me and not moving. And he starts talking to me, showing me a sort of map that he's holding with his right arm extended out towards me. And he asks me to come over and show him where we are on the map. I'm frozen and extremely scared. Something about the situation is very off, and I've been all over the world, but this is a first. Something about him is just wrong. I then notice something truly disturbing. In his other hand, which is elevated, he's holding a very large rock. He keeps telling me to come over and to show him something on the map. I freak out, because to get away, there's only to run around him, or run backwards and deeper into the bottom of the park. I shouted, "No," and miraculously, he lowered his arm for a moment, allowing me to run past him. I ran and ran and ran until I was back to campus. I really wanted to call the cops and report this, as I know that I came very close to being another statistic in a city where people regularly disappear. Because I was technically supposed to be at work, I never reported this to anyone except my closest friend, who believes I was indeed faced with evil.
My name is Zach. I don't believe in ghosts, but my experience still haunts me. I just can't really explain what I've seen, felt, and heard. When my mother was with her ex-boyfriend, we moved into his house. It was yellow, built in 1970, and located in the Semnihina countryside, near Paris. The last owners were probably an old couple, but I never asked. That was in 2011. I spent 3 years there before my mom and stepfather separated. Among the strange events that occurred, I remember the reversed cross on the garage ceiling. It was caused by humidity, but every time we fixed it, the shape always reappeared on the same spot. My cat used to yell like he was in pain when he walked beneath the cross, but I assumed it was pure coincidence. One night, a friend slept over while my family was away. I had to get something from my mom's bedroom, and I felt like I was being watched. Mom used to hate her room because she sometimes woke up thinking a stranger was lying next to her. When I returned to my room, my friend was terrified. Her face was blank as she described seeing something through the window. It was probably a bird or an owl, but the creepy feeling was mutual. One of the craziest episodes happened during a party. We were talking with two friends while standing near a Buddha statue and mirrors. We were calm. No one was on any drugs. Then, all of the mirrors suddenly fell, and the statue's head was sliced off, while the body remained standing. Everyone was shocked and asking for an explanation. Maybe it was the temperature, but it was just a regular April night. I don't remember any weird weather issues. Then there's a story about why we replaced our TV so often. The screen used to activate itself, change channels even when we were watching something. Technicians said it was something they couldn't fix because the device was too old. Did I mention the bathroom mirror? Yeah, I know it sounds cliche, but I never saw ghosts in the mirror. It was always dirty, even if we cleaned it on a daily basis. It reminds me of the inverted cross. Anyway, my fiancé and I now have our own flat. It's a cool atmosphere, but sometimes I think about my nights in that yellow house. Ghosts or not, there's definitely something haunting my memories. When I was younger, I spent half of the week living with my ex Christopher in central Paris, near Rue Carducci Park. It was easier to stay in the city since I studied at university from Monday to Friday. Christopher and I maintained a mutual friendship with his ex-girlfriend, Alice. I know, please don't judge me. Back in the day, the three of us slept in the same room and shared a powerful relationship together. It was almost like a love triangle, but anyway, my experience isn't about our personal story. Alice and Christopher are sensitive people who feel energies and spirits. I never judged them since I also experienced baffling situations, but hey, I wanted to stay pragmatic. I can't explain what happened on those nights when Christopher and I talked in our sleep. Alice listened and told us everything in the morning. It happened a few times, but I have no memory of the events. She was absolutely sure we were speaking in tongues. There's no doubt about that. The disturbing part is that we don't understand or read Latin. She even took notes when we realized some of the sentences were from the Bible, some of them related to Lazarus. While Christopher is a devout Catholic, I'm not a religious person at all. Of course, I've read and studied the Bible and other religious books, but I cannot tell you entire parts from my memory. Since Alice is sensitive to this invisible world, she felt it was something disturbing and unusual. I often laugh and talk while I'm fully asleep, but this Latin episode never happened again. There's always this stereotype about creepy legends in Latin, especially because religion is often used by the media to play with our deepest fears. Do you think it's possible for our minds to use forgotten data to do this seemingly impossible? Do you have any alternative theories? Could it be related to ghosts or other entities? Sometimes I think about this whole experience and I still can't figure out what happened. Thanks for your theories and possible explanations. I'd like to share an experience I had in my late teens, early 20s. I'll try to keep it short, but it may be connected with previous experiences from my parents' first home. That place was definitely haunted, and so was our second home. That's where I experienced the most activity. I had difficulty sleeping for years, which resulted in a bunch of other problems. One night, I had my craziest experience, but I was never able to determine what it was. At one point, I believed it was an astral projection, but after watching some documentaries, it felt more like an alien abduction or something demonic. That night, I got home late, immediately tried going to sleep. I wasn't mentally tired, but I was physically exhausted from work and spending the evening with friends. While falling asleep, I heard a piercing white noise that rose in volume by the second, and suddenly, I was above my bed, entirely awake and aware. I could still see myself in bed. I also felt completely paralyzed. The white noise became so loud that it felt like the whole room was shaking. Then, a beam of white light shot through my ceiling and lifted me into the air. In the corner of the room, I could see black shadow figures coming closer, surrounding me. I was terrified and screaming at the top of my lungs, but it didn't matter. The white noise seemed to block my desperate cries for help, but I kept screaming, and eventually, I just woke up, extremely terrified. I know most people will think I'm crazy or say it was a nightmare, but I've had lots of nightmares. This was definitely not one of them. I wanted to know if anyone else had similar experiences and see what they believe it to be. When my mother was a child, she spent her early years in a remote part of Mexico. There was no electricity, no running water or air conditioning. Due to several people living in one small house, it wasn't uncommon for her and a few siblings to sleep on the porch. Yes, they literally slept outside on pallets. Mom recalls some nights were actually much cooler on the screened porch. My grandfather actually built the house with his own hands, and the closest neighbors were miles away. The house was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Now, on with the ghost story. Mom and 3 of her siblings were the ones lucky enough to sleep outside, and they never had any problems until the baker boy started coming around. He was a small child with golden curls. He wore a white baker's uniform and a mask made of real pigskin. He would walk around the house in circles, reciting a phrase in some foreign language that Mom never understood. At first, Mom and the others were frightened, but with each encounter, they grew to appreciate the baker boy's presence. It was almost as if he were protecting them from whatever fate he suffered himself. They never knew who he was or if he was even real, just that they all saw him. My grandpa always assumed they were making it up so they could come inside, but they swore everything was true. Over time, an outline of the baker boy's path began to appear around the house. And needless to say, the family moved soon after. The strangest part is that before Grandpa died, he said he finally saw the blonde boy with the pig mask. I wouldn't consider myself a very spiritual person, but I have no explanation for what I encountered on my family's property and was hoping that someone had an answer as to whether or not this was some kind of spirit or entity. My family has around 360 acres in northern Oklahoma,
It's been in our family since the land rush. Growing up, the family would meet there for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but as the family expanded, it was quickly outgrown. Nowadays, I'm the only person that goes there, and I go or went there regularly to train with my firearms. I went there earlier this year, and I had an experience that shook me so badly that I haven't spoken about it until recently, and I'll never go back there alone. I arrived around 2 p.m. I set up my targets, but something felt off. I use an electric headset for hearing protection that also amplifies ambient noise, and I noticed that everything seemed to stop. No wind, no bugs, no birds, nothing. Just complete and total silence, which is very unusual for the area. I run my normal drills, and as the sun starts to set, things get stranger. Odd smells like dirty litter box and body odor. They start coming around, and I noticed that the coyotes were crossing the field west of me, almost as if they were intentionally avoiding entering the woods nearby. Then I started hearing interference coming over my headset, and what sounded like disembodied voices, speaking in an indiscernible language. Now I'm starting to worry. I start gathering my things, and I hear what sounds like a woman's blood-curdling scream coming from the woods. Around the same time, I got what I can only describe as a nauseating, omnidirectional feeling of being watched, shortly followed by very distinct footsteps trudging through the foliage in the tree line, approximately 30 yards from my position. I've been an avid hunter since childhood and familiar with noises of the woods, and the cadence of the footsteps were indicative of a large, bipedal creature, oddly human-like. I pull my phone out to take a video. I start scanning the tree line with my flashlight. Standing behind a tree, at the edge of the tree line, was a tall black silhouette with spindly limbs and a pale face, looking directly at me. I managed to capture a great still image of it from the video that I'll try to find and attach. Well, I quickly grabbed my range bag and I made a run towards my truck. I got about 50 yards from the truck and the light post on our property that's hooked up to the county power. It's never been turned off in 20 years since I've been going there. Suddenly, it cuts off. Now, I'm blindly running in the direction I believe my truck is in while I hit the unlock button to find the lights. I get in my truck, speed off, and as I'm watching in the rear view, the light post turns back on. I apologize for the long post, but I'm finally ready to get this out in the open for interpretation. I tend to think of myself as a rational person that doesn't necessarily believe in the woo kind of stuff. Although my mother described me as being sensitive and somewhat gravitated towards energies as a child, I was doing everything I could to rationalize or come up with a reasonable explanation for the things I was experiencing, but I have no explanation. The kind of fear this experience put into me is unlike any kind of fear I've ever felt. So we moved into my apartment in 2018, 2019. It didn't start immediately. It started randomly. Little things like stuff moving to different places, feeling like something was watching me. One day last year, me and my sister were watching YouTube, and it randomly changed to Hulu. The remote was on the table. We changed it back to YouTube, and it went back to Hulu again. We were spooked, so we decided to play a game. While we were playing, we heard a step in my sister's room. We were home alone. We were scared, but I got up, went to my sister's room, and I saw a shadow figure just in the corner of my eye. We were pretty spooked, but nothing happened after that besides tiny stuff. Fast forward to yesterday. I had a friend over, and we were playing Just Dance. We heard something fall in the kitchen. We went to investigate, and we saw that a lid had fallen. It didn't make sense because it was on the counter before when we were in there. Either way, we just went back to playing Just Dance. I have to be home alone today, and honestly, I don't know what to do. Just an update. My friend left and nothing really happened until 11 p.m. I saw a shadow figure in the corner of my eye again, and my dog started to bark in that direction for 15 minutes. So, I think my apartment is haunted. When you think of a ghost dog, some may think lost, innocent spirit, and others may think demonic. In my case, I'm not really sure how I feel about what I saw. It all began 2017. I had a friend over. We'd been playing Minecraft on PlayStation 3. We played for hours on end, having the time of our lives. Everything was going well. Until my grandpa came storming out of his room, demanding we go to sleep. My friend, being completely terrified of my grandpa, went to sleep immediately. I, on the other hand, decided to see if I could stay up all night. Note, we were sleeping on our L-shaped couch together. She was on one side and I was on the other. Hours passed. I was still lying awake with no phone, only a crappy dinosaur watch from Checkers. I couldn't tell the time even though I was 11 and everyone else in my class could. I just sort of figured that it was about 3 because the hands were on the 3. I stopped staring at the roof and I looked over to the mini lounge next to the couch. In the lounge were 2 pink velvet couches, one of which, to my disbelief, a dog appeared to be standing on top of. It wasn't a normal dog, though. It was a skeleton of a dog. Quite a big dog. It was staring forward into the mirror across the room. Its eyes were red and body emitting a black smoke. In that moment, I didn't feel any fear, more a sense of curiosity and calmness. I wasn't afraid whatsoever, and I just stared. I thought I was asleep, but I was awake, and it was really happening. I just lay there, staring at this demonic-looking dog. No sound. The objects in the surrounding area were displayed in faint colors, accompanied by fuzz and sprinkles of gray. This dog disappeared after a few blinks. In the morning, my friend had realized she'd peed the bed. She'd never done anything like that before. It could have just been a coincidence, but I don't think so. To this day, everyone has put this up to my imagination, but I know it was real.
This happened a couple months ago, and I'm still confused about exactly what I saw. My boyfriend and I were driving to Colorado late at night. I think it was between 12 and 2 a.m. I'm not sure, but it was pitch black. We were in the middle of nowhere, and there were no houses, no lights for miles. My boyfriend was asleep in the passenger seat, and it was a clear night. The moon and stars emitted enough light to somewhat see our surroundings. I was getting sleepy, but trying to push myself to the next town where we could stop and rest. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a thick white fog surrounds us, and it seems to stretch for miles. I didn't think much about it at first. I assumed it was normal for being in the mountains. Then, I saw headlights coming from the opposite direction. I did my best to focus on the road as they came closer. It was so strange. It was as if the car wasn't moving, but it was getting closer, and the lights grew brighter and brighter. Finally, I passed the car, but when I looked in my rearview mirror, The car was gone. There were no taillights, nothing. I chalked it up to a combination of thick fog and me being tired, and continued on. The fog continued on for what seemed like forever before suddenly disappearing. The night sky returned, and it was like nothing happened. Seeing lights in the distance, I knew that I'd be able to rest soon. I could also see a hitchhiker. They had a small reflector on their pack. I planned to stop and offer them a ride when they vanished into thin air. 1 second, they were there. The next, they were gone. I had looked at my phone for maybe a second to see how far we were from the next town, and when I looked up, poof. I still don't know if it was my brain playing tricks on me or what, but I've never experienced anything like it since. I've gone on plenty of trips, but this one is definitely the strangest.
I've only shared this with a few people. It's one of my earliest memories. I was about 6 years old when this happened. My family was on vacation at the Edgewater Hotel in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. We were in the hot tub, which was indoors. In this room or indoor area was also a swimming pool, and the hotel rooms lined up next to the pool. My parents needed to go to our hotel room for some reason, which was about a 15-second walk away, and they left me alone in the hot tub. I was the only one there in the entire indoor pool area. I was enjoying the hot tub, and I decided to walk around in it. As I was walking towards the middle of the hot tub, my feet slipped from under me, and I discovered it was much deeper than I thought, and I sank to the bottom of it. And for some reason, I couldn't gain footing. I remember panicking and flailing, trying to reach the surface, and my feet kept slipping at the bottom. I very quickly reached the point where I couldn't hold my breath any longer. This may sound crazy, but I very vividly remember breathing in water at this point, as in I inhaled water, not swallowed, but actually inhaled a half-breath worth of water. I still remember the sensation of water entering my lungs, but there was no pain. I then had the realization that I was about to die, and in that moment, I felt a hand grab mine, and it pulled me out of the water. When I looked up, there was an old man smiling at me. I looked at him in shock for several seconds, speechless, before saying, "Thank you." He continued smiling and never said a word. I then ran to the hotel where I found my parents arguing about something. I tried to tell them what had happened, but they just wouldn't let me speak. Then I ran back out to try to find the man that saved me, and I couldn't find him. I even went to the reception area and asked if they had seen an old man pass by, and no one had seen him. I realized at this point that it was an angel that saved me. How my 6-year-old brain knew this, I don't know. But I still have no doubt that it truly was an angel and not a person who saved me. In the summer of 2017, around 10 p.m., I was in the kitchen watching YouTube videos on my phone when I decided it was time to go to sleep. So I go to turn off the light to the kitchen, and as I'm walking past one of the kitchen windows that leads to the backyard, I notice someone. At first, I had this gut feeling that told me to look to my peripheral vision. And I look out the kitchen window, and I see a black figure walking across my backyard. At this point, I'm frozen with fear, and I see this thing walking across my yard with its bright, glowing eyes, and I assume it noticed me since its head is tilted in my direction, and it suddenly vanished. The figure was completely black, and its body looked like it was made out of fog, almost like a black thundercloud. and its only facial textures were these glowing white eyes. Also, its outline of its body, it had a thin spectrum of colors, similar to the colors of a soap bubble when you look into it, or the rainbow color of oil when it's dropped onto the floor. I have no idea what to even call this thing, but it was scary to experience. Does anyone else have a clue what this thing was?